let me just look at my sticky. I wrote it down.
Creative mind, though. Creative mind. I'll leave it at that. Can we request for recess? Yes. This special request
The time is now 4:54 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th. I call this special city council meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Al-Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
Mr. Al-Alamin? You have 6 members present?
We have 6 members present. It is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. It is now time for the prayer or blessing, but before we do that, is there anyone who has anyone that they would like to acknowledge? All right. We will now go to the prayer of blessing. Councilman Alamin, will you please lead us?
Dear council members and esteemed members of the audience, as we gather here today, let us take a moment to reflect on our shared purpose in the diverse community we serve. We may come from different backgrounds and walks of life. However, let's not our differences stop us from uniting and trying to do what's right and helping the residents and move our city forward. May we be guided by wisdom and compassion in our discussion today. Let us honor the voices of all who call us place home. May we join in prayer that embraces and uplifts us. In this moment of collective reflection, let us also think about those who are in need and need our service and need us to unify, to work together to better serve them in our community. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, let us pray for our residents, our families, and our council. May we all be inspired and encouraged. Almighty God, in your many names and forms, we offer this prayer. Amen.
Thank you. It is now time for the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. It is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the city council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, just I want to keep the meeting time going, so I'm going to keep the 3 minutes on my phone, track of the 3 minutes, so we don't switch the clock back and forth, because I want to keep the 1 hour meeting time going. The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Flint. I'm the renegade of Flint, R.L. Mitchell. Since Candace Mashak talking about time for the disorderly citizen of Flint to speak. So I'd rather be called a renegade. Thank you very much. And we here today to speak on the situation in my ward, 3rd Ward, to get Dumas and or the other, I can't call their names right now for some reason, or the guy Antioch in the office. As you see, like, I've been in 3rd Ward ever since I got out of junior high school, because I found a wife over there in that ward on Chamberson Street. I had to fight with the preacher to get her, though, because he said, I ain't got a daughter to lose, son, but I got a son to gain. He was talking about me. I ain't know what. His name was Shields, right on Jameson. But I said that to say this. When I did get her, people's at Holy Temple, where I took her, where my church was, and I got baptized on that street too, Pasadena. Well, a reverend called Zach Smith, Jesus' little boy. He lived in, Roger Jones came to Flint. He used to live in that church. It was a church called anyway, it was a Deliverance. And my mama took me there. They baptized me in a little pool in the church. I told them I'd rather be baptized in Kersey Lake like everybody else. But they said, no, just as long as you go and merge, son. So, you know, that's a whole lot of history over there. But now, I stayed in a house on 3512 Mildred Street, and they uprooted me because they found some black mold in my house and I was just going to tear the house down and build it on my own, a new one. But I want to say to the council, when you get the 3rd Ward in the seat, I want you to rebuild my house, because I've been there for over 16 years. And they put an Indian over on Gillespie Street talking about green space and stuff. He talking all that junk. He come grinning, big giant Indian guy. He built all kind of houses, and they gonna put me over there in the graveyard over about, can't name my street now, 759 East Linden Avenue. And people's like BB, they gonna tear down the Burson Field House, and BB put a whole lot of basketball courts, and the white people from other wards come over there and messed it up. BB made him apologize, and when he did that, he made it just bigger. Lucisa Seals made it bigger, but in the meanwhile, they put me in the graveyard. That's why I'm asking for a tear from Miss Priestley without the money back.
Thank you.
What?
Next public
yes,
speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Liberty Bell.
Good evening, everyone. First off, I would like to say Happy Black History Month to all and to City Council. When you all decide to do these interviews, please pick Rick Jones. He's your best pick. He has been active in the water crisis as far as teaching legislation. He will be involved in helping build coalition with Latinx. And he has been working with Dana Nessel in regards to justice for Rayvon. Rich has been extremely active in council. And I want y'all to keep in mind that Lentil Law Group has really destroyed our community. If you know, you know. Rich exemplifies all that council represents as an advocate of our community. We need people who are going to stand up for us and speak justice. We need people who are going to advocate on behalf of us and be transparent. Throughout this last year, the people who have stood out to me, who have reached out to us, are First Ward, Leon Elamine, Second Ward, President Dr. Lewis, and as well as Vice President Candace Mushat. Over my duration as a canvassing manager for Michigan United Action, from July to November, there were over 754 residents who spoke on behalf of Dr. Lewis and how she has been active in the community. That was over all 1 through 9 wards, and I repeat, over 1 through 9 wards. Throughout the duration of this past year, since we have lost Councilman Mays, she has not only showed up at grief support counseling, been active in our community, whether it's the masjid, whether it's the churches, whether it's the coalitions, she has showed up. She has showed up to be with us as a community leader, and I also think that she exemplifies to be the city council president. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is A.C. Dumas.
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I reside in the city of Flint in the 3rd Ward. I came this evening to speak about the court hearing on last Thursday in the district court in reference to Hasselbring. And I'm a little perturbed because the city attorneys, Cups and this gentleman right there, purported to the judge and gave the judge, I think councilperson Winfrey Carter was there and Burns was there, and the courtroom was full on the inside and outside. But they purported and said to the judge and gave them a document of what action the council had taken to postpone the lease of Hasselbring indefinitely. Now, these are city attorneys. The judge admitted that she did not know the Flint City Charter, but she's very familiar with the Burton City Charter. Well, anyone knows that this is a council meeting, and whatever you pass in this special council meeting, it is law. But what they gave to the judge, the city attorneys, they gave action that took place in a committee meeting, like you're going to have committee meetings after this meeting. Whether you're over at the Genesee County, the Flint Board of Education, whatever body, committee of the whole, action has to go to the full council to be voted upon. And they misled the judge. And after going to seeing both of them together, and I'm looking at him, so he knows I'm not lying, I said, well, you're misleading the judge. That's not how it works. So I guess the new city attorney should give a refresher course that whatever happens in committee meeting, it's not the law. What's the law is what is voted in the majority in the council meeting or the body of the whole, i.e. Genesee County Board of Commissioners, the Senate, House of Representatives, the Board of Education, Mont Community Board. All those public entities have committee meetings, and they take it to the full board. So, Mr. Attorney, I think you all misled the judge in that, and I know you did. And what you ought to do is correct that, and Councilperson Burns was there, along with Councilperson Winfrey Carter. I think it's wrong to mislead not only the judge, but also the community as I wrap up. And I got a question, maybe one of you all can answer it. Is Hasselbring ran by the city of Flint? Because the media is telling the community that they are in charge and they are running Hasselbring Community Center. Is that true or is that false? Thank you, County.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk. RL, please stop yelling out.
The final speaker for this meeting is James Moore.
Good evening, James Moore, Second Ward. I'm gonna try something different because I've been asking and pleading for you guys to work together, and hell, it ain't got nowhere. So I'm gonna ask on behalf of the First Ward, which is Mr. Leon Elamine, and the Ninth Ward, which is Councilman Jarrett. You guys are the new guys on the block, and I spoke a while back on you guys could be the difference maker. So I'm going back to you guys being the difference maker, because the rest of this council, practically even an empty seat up there, they just argue and they're not gonna give. They're not gonna find no way to work together. They're gonna just continue on fighting until their terms is up. So I would hope that someone maybe from the legal office could see if we couldn't put the First Ward, which is with usually the 5 group, and Mr. Jarrett, which is usually with the 4 group, and the city of Flint, we ain't with no group, because we ain't getting nowhere one way or the other. So I don't know how much more time I got left, but I believe that the First Ward and the Ninth Ward could actually sit down and make some movement to go forward. At least every now and then switch up a vote or something. But we got to do something different in 2025, because if not, we just going to be effed. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, it is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers. Only after all public speakers have spoken, an individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like the floor during council response? Seeing as how there's no one who would like the floor during council response, we will now move on to consideration of applicants for the 3rd Ward, consideration of applicants candidates for the 3rd Ward council member. Madam Clerk, did you need to read this part over, or do you want me to? I don't know what she said. Okay. Consideration of applicants candidates regarding the vacancy of the 3rd Ward council member per Flint City Charter Section 2-410B. Current applicants or candidates are as follows: Beverly L. Biggs Levy, A.C. Dumas, Richard F. Jones, Carrie L. Nelson. If the remaining meeting time permits, council members' roll call votes for candidates will proceed for a total of 30 rounds. By the 15th round, if the council body has not reached a majority vote for any candidate, each council member will have 3 minutes in total to discuss their reasoning for supporting or opposing each candidate. The meeting will then continue until the 30th round or the specified meeting ending time of 1 hour from the call to order, which was approximately 5:45 p.m. Yep, Madam Clerk.
Sorry about that. So what I'm going to do for this meeting is just do a straight 30, and because this is a special meeting, whatever rounds take place, we will then add them to the total if we return to the regular council meeting with this consideration of applicants. So I'm going to start with round 1, but I will start with the last person who voted in the last meeting.
So, Madam Clerk, just for clarity for the record's sake, this 30 rounds will be added to whatever the actual number is, but for this meeting specifically, you are starting at round 1. But wherever we end up on the 30, you will add that to wherever, if we end up at 30, you will add that to wherever we actually are.
Correct.
But as we start today, you will start with the last person that voted.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But if it's a necessity for Monday, this will appear on the regular council meeting Monday, and that will start with the total.
Thank you.
So round 1 will be Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Rachel Jones.
Ms. Lewis? Is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Lewis.
Nelson.
I'm sorry, Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
That's 2 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Dumas, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy, and 1 for Mr. Jones. Round 2. Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
That's 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 for Mr. Jones, 2 for Mr. Nelson. Round 3. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas. Round 4. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? That's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy, and 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 5. Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 6. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is absent. It's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 7, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 8. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 1 vote for Mr. Jones. Round 9, Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Dumas, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 10, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is, I'm sorry. Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 for Mr. Nelson. Round 11, Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 12, Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 2 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 13, Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? 2 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 1 vote for Mr. Jones. Round 14, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas. Round 15, Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas. So, after round 15, per the purpose for the meeting, if the council body has not reached the majority vote, each council member will have 3 minutes total to discuss their reasoning for supporting or opposing each candidate. So that's,
Yep, Madam Chair, we can start with the first ward with the chair going last.
okay. And again, I'm going to keep the 3 minutes time for anyone that wants to on my phone.
We'll start with the first ward.
So, Mr. Alamin, if you'd like to give your reasons for supporting or opposing any candidate. 3 minutes starts now.
Well, my reason for supporting Mr. Nelson is because he has experience. He's been on city council before, and just looking at the way he did his interview, he answered the questions that were being presented to him in a way that I think a good council person should conduct themselves to help try to move things forward. Nothing against anyone else. But I just think right now he would be the best candidate. Is my reason for supporting him.
Okay, Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley, did you want to take 3 minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay,
So
one second.
I've honestly looked at all the candidates, and there's one candidate who has shown severe disrespect to members of this body, and I cannot tolerate that on this body. So anyone who shows that kind of disrespect towards us, I will not appoint. Mr. Jones, I have no problem with at all. I do worry about his ability to understand some of the issues that we face and some of the reasons behind decisions being made. And, but I absolutely have no issues with him at all. Mr. Dumas doesn't understand Robert's rules well. He also has made comments that are contrary to what we know is in our packet, and it's like he doesn't comprehend that issue. Also, he has made some comments towards community members that I haven't liked. Mr. Nelson, he presented himself well. He knows how to chair a meeting. He knows how to run a meeting. He knows Robert's rules. And so I felt that he would be the least controversial person to sit up here. Let the voters decide in May and August, but until then, we need someone who is not controversial and who can be a part of this body and not get into the muck. Thank you.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, did you want to take 3 minutes?
Yes. Thank you. I think the voters made a clear decision of who they wanted to represent the 3rd Ward. Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy was on the ballot during the election back in August of 2024. The recall election. While that recall election was not validated or certified due to the death of the council member being recalled, the outcome of that election spoke volumes. The residents of the 3rd Ward clearly voted for Ms. Biggs. She had the highest number of votes, and it would be wrong to go against that decision. My role as a council member is to respect the voices of the people, and this appointment reflects that commitment. Furthermore, it is important to ensure that whoever fills that seat meets the most fundamental qualifications, being a true, present, and active resident of the 3rd Ward. I take this matter seriously because representation starts with living among the people you serve. understanding their struggles, their triumphs, and their needs firsthand, basically living in the ward. While there are other candidates seeking this appointment, we have 3 other candidates seeking the appointment. I have concerns regarding their actual residency. I live where I say I live 100% of the time. Simply owning property or being registered to vote at an address does not constitute genuine residency. While you sleep, or where you sleep at night, where you spend your days, and where you fully engage in community life, those are the hallmarks of true representation. Ms. Beverly Biggs lived at her residency, at her residence, 100% of the time. She sleeps there at night. She lives there during the day. She will go there tonight when she leaves this meeting. She is fully immersed in the 3rd Ward, and that's why I continue to vote for Miss Beverly Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns, did you want to take 3 minutes?
Yeah, it probably won't be 3 minutes. I think that this has been a tough decision and it's been dragged out as we were forced to be in court, and unfortunately, it wasn't done correctly. Actually, we shouldn't be voting on it now, according to my attorneys, because the process was tainted. According to Booth Newspapers Incorporated versus Wyoming City Council, once we were behind closed doors deliberating, we had no agenda, the public couldn't speak to us, the public couldn't come back there, making a decision. We were in by 2s in 4 separate rooms. At that point, the process was tainted. We were making decisions to vote for someone for the 3rd Ward behind closed doors and ordered by a judge, until Attorney Lambert, Bukowski, and Attorney Johnson said, hey, you can't do this. Tanya, you can't do this. You guys need to take the 5th, but you can't deliberate behind closed doors. It's a clear violation of the Open Meetings Act. But when a judge is telling you either you do it or something's gonna happen, you're not faced with very many choices. Our attorney that we were given, we had to give him the case law that states Booth versus Wyoming, that you can't deliberate, and that the process has been tainted. I mean, we have a difficult time getting good representation. Some of us, they split us 4-4. 4 got Wolf, 4 got Gildner. I had to use the attorneys outside to get the actual legal representation that we should have been given. And so when it comes to Ms. Beverly Biggs, I have always stated, 1, I feel that that election should have been certified. The state did not say they would not certify it. They stated to send it to our legal department. Our then acting head attorney decided to not certify it. And so here we are now. She received 589 votes. Dumas received 548. The race was, or the election wasn't certified. And they'll lead to believe you like that doesn't matter. That's incorrect. That gives you a key indicator of what the people who came out wanted. Those people who showed up matter. Those people who filled out those ballots matter. I won't ever discount the residents or the voters because they matter. That's who we work for. 589 people showed up. She received the most. No, it wasn't certified, but it should have been. And if it was, we wouldn't be here now. And so I will continue to vote whether we like her or not. I think it's very hypocritical for other council members to state things referring to decorum when decorum with this council body has not been a priority. And so I think when we say whether it's not a like, it's who the third ward likes. It's who the third ward voters choose. It's not us. A remedy which should have been given was to have one election sooner than May and have that one election determine who would represent the third ward. That's what the remedy should have been. That remedy, I feel, should have been taken to the governor. That's what should have been done. I'm done, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Ms. Mashat, did you want to take 3 minutes?
No, the chair goes last.
Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer?
I've stated on the record previously on why I would support AC Dumas. And I think that this body owes it to the third ward constituents to not turn that seat into a revolving door. And by appointing someone that's not on the ballot in August is doing a disservice, because residents could potentially, have 3 different representatives within a year. With Councilman Murphy's death, and then they want to appoint Carrie Nelson, and then somebody else would take over potentially in August, and because Carrie Nelson isn't running. So to me, that is a disservice to the constituents of the third ward. Until further notice, I will be continuing to vote for AC Dumas, since he was on the previous ballot. He's running again, so it only makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Jarrett, did you want to take 3 minutes?
I have stated on the record as to why I have been voting in support of Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy, and I do understand for some argument against giving any credibility or credence to the election that took place last year. And we have received letters in support of candidates via email. But for those that, in my opinion and voting opinion, came out and or mailed in a mail-in ballot, or whichever means they lodged their vote, did so in largest numbers for Ms. Biggs Levy, I am voting too in support of those third ward residents who spoke. I too have no personal anything with any of the candidates as far as dislike. As far as I am concerned, I wouldn't allow, best I could, that to come into play in any event. But I can say with certainty, I personally have nothing against any of the 4 or the 3 or the 2 that I have not voted for. So that said, I will continue to vote in the way that I feel led, and I feel led Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy.
Okay, Ms. Lewis, did you want to take 3 minutes?
Yes.
Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm in the 3rd ward. And you guys are the sorriest bunch I've seen. 1, 2, 3, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. You clowns. That's what you are. You clowns. Why you didn't get that girl her money? Because that's the type of person you is. You need to take that rabbit money hat off the top of your head, Put some in your forehead. Bring them bangs down, because you got the biggest forehead there ever was. Judy Priestley, everybody's tired of seeing your titties hanging to the floor. I have you something. And I have the receipt to go buy something. If it ain't big enough, you can go to a little more than a handful. Call them, they will open the doors and fit you for what you need. You guys are a joke. That Quincy, I did call your job today, and I reported it. If you can sit up here on the council seat, you can go to work at Lear's. And I made sure I let them know who I was, and I want all of you guys to get together, call their HR, and let them know he's sitting in his seat, but he ain't at Lear. So Slick Leave ain't gonna work today. People don't tell you about these, what they call pull-ups. You need a pair for your shitty ass. You see this? They calling you shitty at work. Everywhere you go, you shitting on yourself. And show this man, if ain't nobody told you to buy any of these, I'ma leave your pack.
And so, that is why Beverly Biggs Levy does not have my support. Hearing how she harassed our colleague until the week that he passed away is why he does not have my support. Seeing how we speak of having decorum, we hear colleagues speak of bringing the council together. That behavior is not in alignment with those goals. So bringing someone that will come to the lectern and clearly sexually harass a colleague about her breast, it's not on the table. I can't do that. Seeing that we had her daughter in the back that pulled out the firearm. We don't need that type of energy in these chambers under our appointments. Now,
Madam Clerk, could you pause her time? I understand that this is a time of high passion and emotions for everyone, but this is also the time that council is conducting business. And so I would ask that the audience would refrain from yelling out while we are attempting to conduct business. This is the first warning for that. Go ahead.
Lost my train of thought. Thank you, Madam Chair. But going back to this, if the third ward choose to elect an individual that brings that negative energy to this place, that's fine if they choose to elect someone. So when election time comes, they make sure that they cast their ballots for her. However, as council members, we have the duty to elect people that are qualified and most effective. So when we conducted the interview, every single individual had the opportunity to listen to the candidates talk about how effective they will be sitting in this vacant third ward seat. As questions were answered and asked, it was quite apparent who was effective and who was not. I'll start with Ms. Biggs Levy. Ms. Biggs Levy stated, well, she didn't state much because she didn't answer the majority of the questions. And that was a problem. So when you sit in these seats, you must answer these hard questions. And so if we have someone that's vying for this seat, but they're refusing to answer questions to get to this seat, that shows that they may not be the most effective. When we have an individual that have two separate contradicting resumes and refuse to answer any questions about their resume, that looks like they might not be as effective. So as far as council duty is to do exactly what the first section of the city charter council section says. We must select someone that is effective, the most effective and qualified. Clearly, they were qualified because they were able to get an interview. But when we look at the interview process and the questions that were asked and answered, that makes her the least effective. So that's why Ms. Biggs-Levy will not have my support. People are not coming to these chambers because they don't like chaos. And so we don't need individuals sitting up here who's intentionally going to bring chaos. And so when we begin to talk about Mr. Dumas, I hear my colleagues as well.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm not Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We've given grace, but her time has been about a minute over.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that brings us to Ms. Mashat as the last speaker.
Thank you. What I will say is it takes a lot to want to be up here. It takes a lot to want to sit in these seats and represent our wards and be a part of government in a city where the decisions that you make will not only affect yourself and your family, but it will affect 80,000 other people. That your behavior, because Flint is on, we're on the national platform right now, whether we want to be or not, we are under a microscope. And so your behavior is what people will see when they see Flint. It's what people will think of when they think about the city of Flint. We have gone from a city that has been known for sit-down strikes, has been known for paving the way in education, that has been known for paving the way when you talk about vehicle manufacturing. We are that kind of city. We've gone from that to having a water crisis, to being on the public stage of being in chaotic meetings where people feel as though we can't properly govern ourselves. And that is one of the hardest things to hear about your city and your government, is when people feel as though you cannot govern yourselves. What we have an opportunity to do is to turn that narrative around and get back to some of the great things that we've used to hear about our city. Get back to making sure that people know that we are serious about government, that we're serious about governing ourselves. I don't make this decision lightly, because this is the thing about appointments. It's just a temporary place until residents can have their voice heard. I was an appointment at one point, and I had to come up here and show that I would be a professional, diligent person that would represent my ward in the best light. Mr. Alameen, same thing with him. And so from the standpoint of someone who had to come in appointed and figure out the best way to not only represent my immediate area, which is my ward, but the entire city, I don't enter into this process lightly. I didn't with Mr. Alameen, and I will not now with the 3rd Ward. The reasoning behind my support for Mr. Nelson is very simple. Very simple. Mr. Nelson is experienced. And I hear what my colleague said about him not wanting to, or not being on the ballot for the 3rd Ward. That makes him the perfect candidate for an appointment, to be a placeholder, while the other candidates go out there and talk to the residents, bond with the residents, help the residents understand why they should be here. And in the interim, Mr. Nelson, who has already been here, can stand there and fill in the gap. He already understands how council rules work. He already understands how city departments work. And most importantly, he understands what decorum and respect, how that works. He's come from a council that even when they had disagreements, it wasn't to the extent of where we often end up. And I think that that fresh perspective and someone who knows how to navigate in a respectful way will be good for us. Mr. Nelson is the only candidate who has not disrespected any member of this council, whether it was here in person, whether it was online, or any other platform that they might have. And I think that is important, because right now we are bottlenecked with legislation and financial decisions and things that we need to get done. And so the only thing that we need to be focused on right now is having someone in this seat that can help us clear the jam of the work that we have to do. Someone in this seat who has not shown up on any platform, anywhere, or any point in time, disrespecting members of this council. council. All I'm saying is with Mr. Nelson, we're gonna get experience, we're gonna get respect, and more importantly, we're gonna get the results that we need while the residents have an opportunity to elect who they want out of the 4 people. I also wanna clear up the fact that we keep talking about an election that unfortunately did not count. We wanna talk about votes, we can talk about the undervotes, and that if those undervotes, meaning those people who sat that election out because they were told to do so, because they were told that the results wouldn't even be announced, those voices were not heard. We don't know where those voices would have gone, and more importantly, what we do know is that the undervotes was more than whatever other vote you're talking about someone else getting. So if we're gonna paint a picture, paint a full picture. And the full picture is that election did not happen, those votes unfortunately did not count, and the undervotes were far more than any vote that we wanna claim as the top vote. Mr. Nelson is the best choice to sit here, help us get this work done, and be respectful, and also be professional, and already know what we're doing. Thank you, I yield.
Okay, so with the last 5 minutes, we will return to the rounds per the parameters of this meeting. Round 16, we start with Ms. Mushat.
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Al-Alamin.
Ms. Biggs.
Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Madam Chair.
It's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson.
Madam
1
Chair,
for
I'm
Ms.
going to change my vote to Ms. Biggs Levy.
That's 3 votes.
She's up.
He wanted the floor.
A point of order. She's starting to call the vote. You cannot stop at that point.
Mr. Alamin wanted the floor.
Point of order. Point of order. She is actually roll calling the vote. You can't stop it at that point.
Madam
You
Chair,
cannot.
Mr. Alamin wanted the floor.
He did not, point of order, he did not request the floor. He didn't request the floor.
Madam Chair,
She
you
had
weren't-
already started.
Madam Clerk,
She did
you
not
weren't looking
request-
up-
He didn't ask for the floor.
He did not request.
He did not
the floor.
request the floor. He did not.
I did not hear Mr. Al-Alamin.
Mr. Alamin, did you want the floor?
That's
But-
not a
He
point
did
of
not
order.
call for the floor.
That's not how it goes.
Madam Chair, he should have the same opportunity that Mr. Pfeiffer had. The fact that you didn't hear him or catch him is not fair to him.
Point of
Mr.
order, I was
Mr.
looking right
Pfeiffer.
at him and she's sitting right next to him. He didn't ask for the floor.
Mr.
He
Pfeiffer.
did not.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Please. Mr. Pfeiffer asked to change his vote before I started.
And he was
Announcing the
trying
roll
to
call.
get your attention to change his.
No, I was looking right at him. He was not.
I did
Mr.
not-
Alamin.
No. Asked for the floor, and he didn't. He did not.
Madam Clerk, finish the roll call.
We were trying to get your attention.
Who is we?
But
I
Mr.
literally was doing this.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I don't have to lie. You can look back at the video. I was literally doing this.
Mr. Pfeiffer spoke out.
Right, and then he was trying to, and that's why I was pointing at him and you did not look up.
Point of order.
But he didn't say anything.
That is a lie. That is a lie, and neither was he
No,
gesturing.
that's a lie.
Let's finish
Madam
the roll
Clerk,
call.
Madam Clerk,
Finish the roll call.
Madam Clerk, finish the roll call.
Madam Chair, finish the roll call.
Finish counting your votes. Finish saying what you're gonna say, Madam Clerk.
Get ready to get Captain Sunday.
He never even looked
He
at
never
the
even
clerk.
looked. We were looking. That is a blatant
Never
lie.
even looked at the clerk.
Neither was she gesturing him. That is another blatant lie. No. And she sits right next to him. No. You start the roll call. You cannot interrupt. You're calling what the votes were. Madam Clerk, you were doing the roll call. Madam Clerk, you were doing the roll call. He didn't even look. He didn't say nothing. He didn't gesture. You have a job, Madam Clerk, to finish the roll call. Please finish the roll call, Madam Clerk. Madam Chair, they realized they made a mistake. That's not our fault. Let's finish as we need to proceed. Madam Clerk.
I am trying to come to a resolution, so.
There is no resolution at this point, but to roll call that vote that we have
Point of order. Point of order.
State the vote. State the vote.
The point of order is, we have colleagues that are blatantly yelling out at the clerk while the clerk is deliberating among, so that's
I
not
got
an
a
order.
point of order. I asked for the floor.
The council rules state that you can change your vote up until this roll starts. The roll started.
Exactly. It's cut and dry. That's what the rule is. Rule is up until then. She was calling and stating the vote. Up until then, you can change it. After that, you cannot. I don't have my council rules. You got yours? Messed up.
Just hold on.
Which one? 9.7? She's not in her seat. So Rule 9.7 states changing one's vote. A member has the right to change his vote up to the time the
Councilwoman
result is
Burns, you
announced
do
by
not
the
have
chair.
the floor.
You
You
wasn't
do
even
not
in your
have
seat.
the floor. You didn't say point of order either way. You
I
do not
did.
have the floor.
Point of order.
We are. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you,
we at least
Councilman
we can
Pfeiffer.
talk, so I don't need the floor. So Rule 9.7.
Actually, you cannot because you're
changing-
still out of
you can-
order
you
because
can talk. Where's
you
the rule that say
cannot.
You can't talk.
You cannot.
We're not even in
Council
session.
being at ease means council can't use these mics. You cannot.
Where does it say you can't use the mics
cannot.
and the mics are on? Show me that rule. I'm gonna give you
Councilwoman
Rule
Burns.
9.7.
Councilwoman Burns, you are out of
A member has a
order.
right to
You
change
do
his
not
vote
have
up
the
to the time
floor.
the result is announced by the
And
chair.
the results were not announced. You do
She
not
started
have the
announcing
floor.
them.
No, she did not.
Yes,
You do
she
not have
did.
the floor.
Yes, she did. Roll the video back. Where are they at? Conference? Oh, did she go again? Oh, she going back. Y'all go back there. Oh, my God, back there. Go get Julio. Go be a cat fight. Nothing bad as a cat fight. You better go get Julio. He wants to discuss it, they're discussing it in private. They don't want counsel back there. That Rule 9.7 don't change though. It don't, and making up rules, you can't talk and have your mic on. There ain't no rules that's so there. Yeah, he thinks that. my computer got somebody else's whole name on it. I can't get into it. Somebody's whole name on it. I got the only computer don't never work. I don't even know who no Goldsberry is. You can't use the mic. Man, they are lying. I admit it. Like it's a rule that we supposed to sit up here and be quiet. That is not something that says you at ease. You can't. Nothing. You need. Listen. Go get a fuzzball for that sweater. Tired of you. Always got something to say. Always. She started that roll call vote. That was started, and that rule 9.7, and changing one's vote. A member has a right to change his vote up to the time. Every question?
Okay, so the issue is with whether or not Mr. El-Alamin had the right to change his vote. And if we look at Rule 9.7, changing one's vote, a member has a right to change his vote up to the time the result is announced by the chair. A request to change a vote after the chair's announcement requires unanimous consent of the body without debate and may only be made immediately after the chair's announcement. If we are counting these rounds as votes, none of these have been announced by the chair. So I hadn't, let alone said the roll call, and the chair definitely hadn't announced the results. So per the rules, Mr. El-Alamin can still change his vote because no one had made an announcement. This is what the rules say. But much like, I'm not looking around after every round to see who wants my attention. You have to speak up. But the rules say he has a right to change his vote up until the time the result is announced by the chair. I am not the chair of this meeting. So we haven't been announcing every round. The chair has not been announcing every round. But if we're going to stick to that rule to change his vote, then he can still change his vote.
And that's what I was trying to do.
Well, if the meeting is over, then he didn't change his vote before the meeting was over.
Madam Secretary, if you want to start the clock. And Mr. El-Alamin wants to change his vote.
Just don't that blade lie.
No, you can go ahead, the 145.
Good.
So, Mr. El-Alamin.
Carrie Nelson.
So that's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Four votes for Ms. Biggs-Levy. Round 17, Mr. Pfeiffer. We still had time on the clock.
Okay.
So, point of order. This said 1 hour. It didn't say it was stopped for anything. We didn't stop it for anything else.
We didn't.
So we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting.
You have to make a motion. There's been a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Has been supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. El-Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Is not in, sorry. The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. The time is now 6:03 p.m. I adjourn this special city council meeting.
We'll begin in about 3 to 5 minutes. Yep, gotta give them time.
And for the public speakers, the speaker slips for the committee meetings are in the back. If you want to speak at committee meetings, you need to fill out a separate slip.
This is dedicated to the one I love. I passed this way before, and I felt this pain before. I look unto you so hard, and a broken heart. Walking in it. And the lawyer make me mess up, Davina. I was trying to dedicate this song to you. Walking in the, let's see how the song go. It says, oh, I know I got to find some kind of piece of my baby. Do. Oh my God! She made me mess up too. The 6th ward lady. Davina, we cancel it.
Listen, I wish we were boring. I wish you were here. Are you actually on the council? Are you actually on the council?
You can't comprehend when I tell you that Dan Kildee said that you could do something? No, I ain't gonna do that. I should though. I should go with Beverly Hills, but I'm not. So you the peace sign? I ain't going no peace sign in that shit. All these goddamn pancakes in these houses. All these pancakes in these houses. All these pancakes.
Once again, if you want to speak at committee meetings, you need to fill out a speaker slip for the committee meetings, and we're about to start shortly.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Did anybody
Will council members please take their seats? Where's... I brought the wrong phone. I need to text somebody. I don't want them to have my personal number. Council members, please come take your seats. Okay, as soon as... As soon as Davina's ready. By the way. All right, let me know when you're ready, Davina. The time is now 6:21, and I hereby call this Finance Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Requests for agenda changes or additions. We've been given 2 add-ons, and I will order those added onto the agenda without objection. The $50,000 for Bethel would be add-on number 1. And the grant for the HUD lead-based hazard control will be add-on number 2. And those will go on the end of the agenda. Okay, it's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council and its committees must register before the meeting begins. If you haven't registered, it's too late. You shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker. And I watch the clock. When that buzzer goes, you are cut off. Thank you. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Kawana Mack.
RL.
I can't even get a break from coming down here. I was compelled to go sign my name. All this decorum. Miss, I'm gonna fight the 8th Ward, call everybody janky, run up on us when we out there petitioning to get your crooked butt out. Then, y'all wanna act like it's a certain criteria for being a council person. Nah, you with the mayor and the crooked ones that's in this administration, because everybody not crooked. The only criteria is to be down with the get down, stealing that money. $94.7 million came here, and you're stealing. Miss Judy. Oh, I just can't.
Ma'am.
Hey, wait. You look at you. You're supposed to say,
Pause the time.
excuse me.
Pause the time,
Do it
please.
decent in order.
Please pause for time. Please stop Larry shouting out, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
No order, no decorum, but stealing. Where y'all crooked lawyers and attorneys coming from, sir? Down with the get down, like I said. And, Liddell, when you gonna bring that Benz out? I know you got it. What color is it? Tell me. I know you got it. Mr. Leon, I told you, stay off them podcasts. Oh, you that's stealing that money done got good to you. AC Dumas, Richard Jones, Biggs Levy, ding, 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 you won. So, Davina, each time I try to fight for you, you let me down. It's supposed to be 3 minutes. They up there taking all kind of time. Miss Liddell keep bringing that tape. Why don't you bring that janky? If you're drinking poison water, janky. But you're gonna come way from Maryland to steal money from the residents that you say you represent in the 1st Ward. And I'm talking to you too, Leon, and I'm talking to you too, Judy, and I'm talking to you, Mushat, Miss Water Lab lady, that never talk about the poison water. The residents in the city want to hear from somebody respectful. You not respectful one bit. You was gesturing. You and Liddell had your mic on 10.
Pause your time. This is your warning. Go ahead.
Judy. Leon, look at me when I'm talking to you. All that money. Like I said, y'all should be the happiest people in Flint. I'm happy and broke, but y'all stealing the money and ain't happy one iota. Leon, go on tell him. Mr. Muslim man, come on. Leon, what you say? Richard Jones, AC Dumas, drinking your coffee, stealing that money, got good with you. But I can't wait till you're in jail. put me on your visiting list. I'll come see you. Liddell, Judy, Mouchat. See you next meeting, you crooks. Poppycock to every last one of you.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? Ms. Priestley, I am very, very aware of what's going on. And it ain't my fault that you can't comprehend. Because when I came up here, I said exactly what the person who wrote the pandemic relief, because that's what the Harper Funds was originally named. It ain't my fault that you can't comprehend when I say that the man who wrote the bill said it was possible that you guys spend $11 million 2 years in a row to stabilize the water fund. And this was before Candace was on council and Leon, and of course Jonathan Jarrett. So it took years of that not getting through your head because the money is gone now. It's gone now. Now, as far as my address is concerned, I do live in the 3rd Ward. I have relocated in the 3rd Ward because of political bull, but that's good. That day is coming too. I am in communication with the right people and won't get away with that. And exaggeration to get the public to be on your side is pathetic. I asked Ms. Liddell Lewis, was her and the mayor Neely was going to be the only one to speak at Eric May's funeral, which was loud in the public, just like Hasselbreen was going to kick the seniors out. A lot of exaggeration, and that's not right at all. Now, let me tell y'all something. Mr. Pfeiffer, you was called spineless. Jerry Winfrey Carter, from what I understand, you stood your ground, you got blocked. Tanya, you can still make phone calls. And Mr. Jarrett,
You don't know what he's talking about.
what was said about you, I ain't gonna repeat. But it was very, very disrespectful. And apparently, there are 200 and John Goff. John Goff. And apparently, that 250,000 that went up to maybe 350,000. You know, he said he spent $250,000. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Mashak. I'm back. My name is Renegade R.L. Mitchell. Since you addressed the public like we renegades, and I said renegades because the Indians got their money, but the darky ain't got their money. But the only darky got the money was Mr. Nelson. But Burson Fieldhouse. But saying that, to say this about that St. John situation, I was with Reverend Mays the other day, Mays' daddy, and God told him to walk around a whole neighborhood. I told him and then I think God told me to just walk down on St. John where I used to live at. I walked down there before I got close to the thing from Lee Street. A dude, they said, hey, so you can't come through here. You got to go through the tunnel. So I just went and caught this Saginaw bus and went all the way around in Miss Priestley neighborhood and got up on Lee Street and walked down the street, reminiscing when I was going to Fairview School until I got back over there on St. John. Then I was going through the gate. I got halfway and a car pulled up on me and said, hey, sir, stop right there. Come back here. Get on the ground. I said, man, what? He said, where you going? I said, we see them 2 trees over there. I lived over there. That's where I'm. And he couldn't. I said, I was going. He got on. He couldn't think what to do to me. He said, just get out of here. And now they done tore the 2 trees down and put a cement grinder thing right there and keep Blackwood. Because I was going in and see, can I see what happened to New Jersey Street? That street like it's never resist where the McIntyre's was. It was a big rock about 3 tons right there. They done moved that too. And they don't want nobody to go. And like, only body over there is the dope boys, and they curious about the popo. And the popo, I think they putting dead bodies over there. The popo quiet as it kept what the dope boys sound like. You don't want nobody to know because they used to be their building. In the roller, used to roller, and all that stuff. And I want, like I say, and Dumas done a good job of checking this lawyer for getting us over the Burton, disleading them Burton judges, women judges, and like all that junk, and get that woman judge from Pontiac with the mayor called back and make sure she get receiving Tim paycheck. He getting paid more money than any lawyer in the United States. And that's, to me, St. John is just like the Gulf of Mexico. Now it's the Gulf of America. And Zorro want to put 30,000 troops up there and told Trump, we'll handle this. They should have did that before. And all that. Amigo, you listen to this? Head for the border, amigo. We can really get some ting-ting with that marijuana and stuff in it. Take up on it.
The next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore, 2nd Ward, Davina. Our clerk, could you play back the last 3 minutes of that last meeting? It says it all, and I'll just say the words to go along with it. For the first time in a long time, probably if not ever, but the 7th Ward really lost her cool, and she had the gavel. Leon, you made a change. I said that could happen between the 1st Ward and the 9th Ward. And I thought you was gonna lose your life for it. The way she jumped up with that gavel, the way she ran past that state of Michigan flag, if it wasn't from my council standing in the way, I really thought she was gonna open up a can of whoop on yo. So anyhow, as I stated once before, I would love to say y'all get an A, but it still always come back the same. Y'all still getting an F. You gotta do better.
The next speaker is Inella Biggs Keys.
My name is Inella Biggs Keys. I got all the way up out my bed just for you, Ladell. You are the biggest hypocrite and delusional person I have ever seen in my life. You are forever throwing rocks and hiding your hands. You forever playing a recording of my mother, of something she said as a resident. She has a right to express however she feel as a resident. That doesn't mean she can't get on this council and represent this council. That don't mean she can't get on this council and make the wrongs right. You got on here and you spoke on me of me pulling out my weapon in the back. But you failed to mention you caused that chaos. You told them people to come up in here. What, you thought I was gonna let them jump my mama and not do nothing? You gotta be on some type of drugs. You have to be. You forever speaking on somebody and what they do as a resident, and you have done worse as a president, not supposed to be president, still trying to hold on to the presidency, and you're not supposed to be president. You have done way worse than any resident could ever come up here and do. The only thing about my mother is she's raw, she's uncut, and yes, she may not have a filter at times, just like you. But the difference is she tells the truth. You tell lies. You tell lies. Everything you say is a lie. You stood up at, you took Quincy Murphy's family grief and used it to your advantage. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Please stop yelling out.
Say what?
Go ahead.
She ain't stopped my time. I was at 14.
Go ahead, keep going.
She wants her point of order. She's asking for her time
I'm asking
back.
for my time.
Point of order.
Reset her time to,
Point of
1:10.
order. It's her mama yelling out.
I know.
So why are we giving her more
She
time?
ain't
This is
said no.
ridiculous.
Point of order.
My mother has nothing to do with me.
Stop, please. To your point of order, I had stopped everyone else before and I did not stop her, so I'm giving her back. No, I didn't take more than 2 seconds when I stopped her. So go ahead, that's the time, and you can continue.
I was at 1:14, but I'm not finna argue with you, Judy. You guys haven't done anything for the residents. Absolutely nothing. And if you're doing it, you're just doing it now because the residents been talking about it for so long. You put the residents last, and you put everybody else before the residents. But I just want to know, have you guys ever thought about this mess that you are creating? You have to live in it when your seat is up. You got to live in this mess that you have created with a resident because you're not going to always be in your seat. You're going to have to live with this mess that you have created. We still don't have clean water. And Candace, you work for the water and never discusses it. Davina, you are the clerk. Do your job. You sat there and said that you had started roll call and you could not go back. Stop letting them bully you into not doing your job. Have some integrity and self-respect about yourself, even if that takes you losing your job. You have to live in the city of Flint right along with the rest of us. Stand up to them and stop letting them bully you. You have to stand up and stop letting them bully you. Candace ran down here like she signed your paycheck. Y'all need to stand up and start caring about the residents and not yourself.
Thank you, that is your time.
The next speaker is Liberty Bell.
You so funny, Aria. Liberty Bell. For for Dr. Lewis. Again, y'all keep disrespecting her. Y'all don't know what she's done for the city. First of all, when Eric passed away, she reached out to everybody that was in that ward that represent Councilman Mays, and she made sure we was good. And again, Michigan United Action, I can't make up numbers. 754 residents spoke on her behalf, saying that she does things in the community, which she has done. Grief counseling, she's had events and invited everybody to multiples. So the disrespect is at an all-time high. Because she get out here in the community and she doing stuff with the residents and on state level and on different levels for the municipality. She go to work for y'all whether y'all choose to believe it or not. And it's disrespect. Dr. Lewis, by far. Yeah, by far. Really. Nah, y'all being funny. And disrespectful.
Pardon?
Y'all don't get up here and disrespect council like that. They supposed to represent us. That's ignorant. I wouldn't want nobody. I got 48 first cousins that stay in the 3rd ward. Okay? And my family, listen, I respect I respect Beverly Biggs. I respect her food, but I wouldn't want her up there on council. Anyway, what?
No.
Anyway.
Talk to us, not them.
Point of order.
Okay.
And
Point of order.
I'm asking that you stop yelling out. I will if I want. So go ahead, Ms. Bell.
All right. Secondly, Ryan Mattis, Jonathan Jarrett. Ryan Mattis, Emily Dewar is gone. Ryan Mattis is in charge of that program. I asked that y'all put that resolution back on the floor for me. Why do y'all keep talking? Can y'all rewind my time because they keep talking?
Just keep talking to us.
Okay.
Don't just ignore them and give her back 5 seconds, please.
Thank you. As far as finance committee goes, again, I was asking in regards to those properties for those individuals who we've had those properties in rotation since 2017. those 123 houses that got took from individuals in the last year, that wouldn't have happened if those houses were already rolled out to council and being approved so people could pay the money and get their properties back. So I've been working diligently with my councilman to make sure that the houses get back to the residents. So thank you.
Thank you.
The final speaker for this meeting is Beverly Biggs Levy.
I know she had presented the checkbook. I don't know if she, Mays had put her, said she was out 18 home, so I don't know what.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I live in the 3rd Ward. Liddell, it seems like you have a problem bringing up everything I've said on this side of the floor. But did you have a problem when you came up on Dennis to try to fight him? Did you have a problem when you came up on Art, trying to fight him like a man? You didn't have a problem then, did you? You didn't bring that up. Did you have a problem when you told me over there across the street that I wish I could screw you? Did you have a problem then? See, you do things behind people's back, or you do things out front, and then you don't think somebody's supposed to bring up all the dirt that you done did. Did you have a problem that you had the police to bring you down here for months, escort you down here because you was afraid of your life, but when we were doing a recall on you, you came out by yourself? Did you tell that? Tell some of the things that you done. You know, I know y'all don't want me to have that seat, but you know what? My God told me to peace be still. I don't have to fight to get it. I can go and redo it all over again. I don't have a problem with that. And you guys gonna have to sit, guess what? On both sides of me, my right and my left. So you better wake up. And if I don't get it, life still goes on. You talk about, I lied about my application, your mayor lied about he went to college. You ain't say nothing about him. Let's bring up the lies.
Pause your time. This is your second warning. Please leave this meeting. Go ahead.
But you guys, like I said, you don't talk about the water. You haven't given the resident a dime, not a light bulb. But you got your 50,000, you got your 25,000, you got your 10,000, you got your 30,000. City of Flint hasn't got anything. You know, you're doing such a good job in the 7th Ward. Y'all got stuff done over there, but nobody knows where it's at. Tell me what street it was on that y'all did so much good work at. You haven't. I've talked about that building up on Saginaw and Philadelphia Street. Glass everywhere. It was boarded up. It's not boarded up anymore. This is the 6th week that thing been open and nobody has did anything. But you got an ambassador. Where's she at? Where your ambassador at? She's ambassador, all right. Doing what? Nothing. She have never came down to a council meeting until the Murphys came down here. Then she come to my house. Tell her she could stay at home.
Correct.
It's now time for council response. Each council member shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I want to say thank you to all the speakers tonight, and I'm going to put it on the record, Rule 9.7, changing one's vote. It's in the Flint City Council rules. A member has a right to change his vote, or should say her, up to the time that the result is announced by the chair. I know there are some people who are, this is highly contested. Our city attorney and our city clerk were deliberating in the back, and they allowed this to go forward. So I know that's been, it changed the climate in here tonight. I think it would be up to the people who are running for Third Ward. If you have attorneys, then that's what you're probably going to have to work on that. In regards to this Third Ward seat, we had 5 votes. That vote was changed. Mr. Alameen did vote Beverly Biggs Levy. I did not see him signal to change it. As I've stated before, an indicator of how we vote or how the people want us to vote is to look at the numbers. 589 people did show up to vote for Beverly Biggs Levy. That is the indicator. You cannot deny that that happened. It physically happened. It may not be everyone's choice. It may not be. That just means whoever's going to get that seat, and now there's going to be election set, you got to get out there and work harder. You got to get out there and do the work. Tonight is difficult and almost embarrassing because Mr. Alameen, I did not see him change his vote, and I was looking right over there at him. And the clerk stated she didn't hear him, and he was sitting next to her. But this is par for the course here, unfortunately, at Flint City Council.
Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
just want to provide some clarity for my colleague in the 6th Ward who just said she didn't see me trying to change my vote. As I spoke to Ms. Davina, she was looking down, but I was trying to get her attention to change my vote. I just want to clarify that.
Anyone else? Go ahead. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. And so I just want to address a few things that were said. The first thing I would like to address is Ms. Keys, who stated that I don't do anything for my ward. 5 recall later, I'm still here. And so I must be doing my job. And if you would like to know more about what I'm doing, come out to the meetings that I've been having for the last 3 years. The only council person that have been having standing monthly ward meetings, letting the residents know about the information and services that are available. So, you know, I know it's easy to make accusations from the lectern, but I just want to make sure that no misinformation is given and that you are fully factual. And then next, we also want to talk about what our candidate was saying about me from the lectern as well. You know, saying that I threatened to fight 3 men. Well, we got to talk about it in its totality. Let's talk about how Mr. Woodson, who comes to council and harasses council members every time he's here, yeah, he threatened to beat my ass. And then Mr. Pfeiffer, when he jumped up, he pointed in my face and then he lunged at me. And so what we can do is, I'd love to put a motion on the floor to pull the tape so we all can run it and we can play it back. I'm not talking about the snippet version. I'm talking about the enlarged version that shows everything that happened as I sat in that seat. Because one thing I will not do, I don't need to fabricate. I don't need to go out and exaggerate so people can believe me. You put the truth out there and you let the people decide. And that's what we can do. So thank you so much for bringing that back, ma'am. So if my colleagues are willing, I would love to put that motion on the floor so we can play that night back so we can see in its totality what happened, because I'm okay with that.
Point of order. A request for information.
What's your point?
Excuse
me. This is your warning. This is your warning.
I would support that.
Great. Well, sounds good. So, I'm willing to put it on the floor, and so next meeting we can have it played on the big screen, and we can show everything in its entirety. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
When she was sitting in the 9th Ward seat.
Anyone else?
Right. And voting.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to thank the 7th Ward person that called me today and thanked me for their roof being replaced. I know that because you're in the ward, you live in the ward, you're there, you know the work that I'm doing, as well as all of the other residents that know the work that I'm doing that live in the 7th Ward, call me and thank me. I appreciate all 7th Ward residents for their support. Anyone else that does not live in the 7th Ward is welcome to go to the 7th Ward and talk to the 7th Ward residents who are quite happy with what I'm doing. It's no secret. It's actually on Facebook. It's all over. I understand that some things happen where some people are upset, but what we cannot do is try and discredit someone who's actually working. Your question of where's my work in the 7th Ward? It's in the 7th Ward. Visit the 7th Ward to see the work, but it is happening. And I want to talk about these comments about water, you never talk about water. This is the thing. Everyone that's gotten up here and made a comment about me never talking about water, I've never seen you anywhere talking about water. When we were in the middle of the water crisis and I was accepting pallets and I was passing out water, I didn't see you. I definitely didn't see you. I didn't see any of you all. When we've been doing all of this work around water, I don't see any of you. I don't see any of you anywhere lobbying or legislating or doing anything. So when you keep asking me how come you don't hear me talk about water, because you're nowhere talking about water. It's just pomp and circumstance for you for when you show up at a meeting. Be very clear. I walk my talk. I don't just stand up at a lectern or sit in a seat and talk. The work gets done. You don't see me doing the work because you're not where the work is being done. Thank you.
I will take my time to address the letter from the Board of Elections. In that, in the last two sentences, the Flint City Charter governs the vacancy in the office of a council member and is the appropriate authority for this situation. Flint Charter, Section 2-410. You should consult your county or city legal counsel for advice in connection with this matter. This letter doesn't talk about the election. It talks about the appointment, that paragraph that tells us to talk about talk to our attorney. So I wanted to clarify that, and I also wanted to make it clear, I can't talk tonight for some reason, that the judge hearing the case on the 3rd Ward appointment ruled that we were not in violation of the Open Meetings Act. It was very plain from the bench that we were not in violation. So I wanted to make that clear to all who may be listening to words that we were in violation. Please know, it's the judge who will take any heat if any appellate court says that we were in violation, because we followed the judge's orders. Thank you. Now I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we pass this consent agenda.
There's a motion on the floor to approve, to send the consent agenda to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would like to separate the add-on.
Okay, both add-ons?
Well, just the one about the food.
About add-on number 1?
Yes.
Okay, that's separated. Any other? Any other? I will separate 250033.
She separated the one from Bethel.
This is the vote to approve the consent agenda, less add-on number 1, and 250033.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Just a second, let me make sure I make that in my notes. Okay, so the first separation is 250033. 0033, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I make a motion that we send Resolution 250033-T, which is the acceptance of energy efficiency and conservation block grant purchase EV charging stations to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dennis wanted the floor first.
No, you're good.
You sure?
Yeah.
I just want to know, because I know y'all couldn't hear him or see him.
I didn't. I was,
Okay.
Dennis, oh, okay. Go ahead.
Right. I think Seamus might be able to speak to this. Hello.
Good evening.
Hi. What was the total of this grant?
$144,050.
Was the total of the grant, and we're going to spend $92,000 on, or are we not going to? We're going to spend up to 92.
It's up to $144,050 is what's available, and this is a rebate, so voucher rebate initiative, which is essentially we don't get any money up front, but we go and we purchase the specific items, which in this instance is EV charging stations, and then we get voucher rebates from the DOE to be able to purchase more infrastructure pieces around electrical vehicles or electrification.
All right, and with this money, could this money have been spent on anything else other than the EV charging stations?
Yes, there was a wider scope of things that could be spent on, but speaking with the administration, there was a seeing a need and a desire to move towards some potential electrification of our fleets, including police and fire. So this was a starting point in the process of moving towards electrification of that, to be able to get this funding to be able to cover further charging stations.
Right, and so with these conservation dollars, was this something that someone outside of city employment could have applied for and used for something?
No, this was each given specifically a certain amount was given to cities. We got this amount, another city would have got another amount, but the municipality had to apply for it themselves.
Right, and so this grant is strictly for the municipal use?
I'm sorry?
This grant was strictly for municipal use?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and where would, you probably don't know, but do you have any roundabout idea of where they're gonna put the EV charging stations?
Yeah, so there's two going at the fire station. There's two going at the police station. They're the smaller ones. And then there's two commercial ones going, right now it's looking at 5th Street, which residents can access and use. But that's not 100% guaranteed the location, but right now the idea is on 5th Street. So residents have the opportunity to access electrical EV charging stations themselves, yes. And the hope is that we'll have people park there, go downtown, spend some money downtown in the shops, come back and be able to charge their cars and go on their business again.
Right, and with that location, I'm sure you considered highways and all of that other stuff,
I'm sorry?
access. I said, and with that location, you considered access and everything?
Yes, everything was considered, correct, yeah.
And with these EV charging stations, the one that's gonna go specifically on 5th Street, will there be a charge associated with using the charging station, or how's that gonna work?
Yeah, so the specifics of how that works, charging and everything, is something I can't speak to right now. I can only speak to the grant itself and applying for the funding. I don't know how the mechanisms of the charges involved, et cetera, work.
Got it. All right, but who would be able to answer that question about, and that's neither here nor there for what I'm voting on today, but just for future reference, who would be able to answer that?
I would suggest Marquita Blair or Ed Taylor.
The way Ed laughed, I'm gonna yield my time. Thank you.
Yes. People tease me about the car that I drive. So I think I'm going to speak as a resident expert on this. And what electric vehicles do we have in the police and the fire department right now?
Not currently. This is the start towards that, the
So
starting point towards that. So I'll preface this by saying the initial plan was to increase access for residents by putting some at certain points near the municipal building that they can use them. But when we saw that there was more funding available, we decided that there would be a move towards electrification of some of our fleet, police and fire.
So what studies have we referenced that electric vehicles for police and fire are good during the winter? Because I've been all electric since 2018 and I know their capabilities, and I wouldn't want my police or fire in an electric vehicle because the battery is crap during the winter. So who is thinking that this is a good idea to put a patrol officer or a firefighter in an electric vehicle in the state of Michigan?
There's no guarantee that it'll be a patrol officer. We're talking about using it for potential other community officers that they're not always out every day in that vehicle. There might be someone working with the youth. So it's not going to be a constant patrol car that's going to be used on the daily.
So it's not going to be a patrol car? Is that what we're saying?
I believe so.
So then that makes a different sentence.
Here he comes.
Here he comes. Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Ed Taylor, I would like to know his thoughts.
That battery life.
Please approach.
I have approached. Through you to Mr. Pfeiffer. It's not for a patrol vehicle.
Okay.
For the police department, it was for the school liaison, the school liaison. And for the fire department, it had to do with the training division, if I can remember right. But it didn't have anything to do with fire suppression or...
Okay, I just want to make that clear that, having them out there for 12 hours and like that doesn't make sense for an electric vehicle.
Yeah. Because I know you're the resident expert. I see that big thing you got down in that parking lot.
You're out of order. I would say that the one at the fire station saying that it's going on the wall behind the fire station, is it?
That was a lot to do with.
Because that wall is falling down.
That was a lot to do with installation, where it was the easiest place to install. We had somebody come out.
But that wall is falling down. You're aware of that? It's crumbling and.
I'm not saying it's going on the wall per se.
This says it is. The quote, the quote from Weinstein says that their quote says it's going to go on the wall behind fire station number 1. I just want to be clear that.
To my understanding, now this is me, I haven't looked at the quote, but to my understanding, it was going over by the fire station, not on the wall, but it had to do with the way the electricity was running up under the ground. So they had to put it in that particular situation. And the reason why it's going in the police department, because they've got, well, you probably paid that attention that it has that fence going across there. And sooner or later, that fence will be closing. I think you all just approved that at one of the last council meetings. So it will be inside, and they didn't want people to be able to come in there and use that.
So the last 2 that are going or it says in front of City Hall, so is that those being charge point chargers, those charge dollars, you have to set up a charge point account. What are we anticipating for revenue for that, since that will now be a revenue stream for the city?
We don't know right now what the potential will be for that. I believe we have to have a discussion with the energy provider and discuss what rates would be for usage. So I can't give you a figure right
So
now.
are we putting a separate meter on that?
I can't give you a figure how much that would be.
Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing none, I will take my time. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I'm not a big fan of this. Mr. Pfeiffer was getting into the question of charging for this. We've got in the staff review, it says we're installing 6 new electric charging stations to support the transition to a more sustainable city fleet. And then we're talking about allowing residents to use some of them. What you're talking about isn't consistent with what's in the staff review.
Right, so the residents, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
I also found this also interesting when they were doing the grand opening or the groundbreaking for the new apartments for Community First up on Flushing Road. They were installing EV vehicle chargers on some of the apartments so that the residents can use them. I'm not in favor of a municipality owning what should be a private use. I'm just not. How are you going to charge? How are we going to take care of it?
I don't know what you're talking
Are we going to make a profit? These should be privatized, not a governmental. It's not the government's business to charge for energy usage. We shouldn't have that. We have private companies that do that.
We have our own gas.
So, and in regards to the EVs for disadvantaged, people can barely afford their gasoline-powered cars. They can't afford to buy the electric vehicles. I can't afford to buy an electric vehicle. But I just think that this is not someplace that we should be putting our money into or even accepting the grant, installing it. I don't think we have any business being involved in providing electric charging for owners of vehicles. Second round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So we're going green whether we like it or not. And people are choosing this. It's just, it just is what it is. And as a matter of fact, in the 6th Ward, we're going green with a lawnmower, so we're not using gasoline. And so when we talk about having access to charging, either we get involved or we get left behind. And Chicago, I'm telling you, even in the suburbs, they're everywhere, including the charging stations in the Walmart parking lots. And even when you behind the police department, or in between the police department and in between the fire department, is a big old tank for gasoline. So if we're having electric vehicles, they're gonna have to charge them. I mean, that's just, and the electric cars don't take gasoline. So if we have a big old thing back there that all of the a gas tank to fuel the city vehicles that they have a key to go to use, unless, where are they gonna go? I mean, I think it's smart. We don't know where our prices now are going with the Gaza Strip being taken over, which was announced on the news. We don't know. So I think it's, when we talk about, we have to embrace it. We have to get involved in some things, and we're going electric. We just are. I mean, I don't even understand. I'm baffled with that conversation. Because if you're buying them, Mr. Taylor, how many cars are we buying for? Because the liaisons' cars are raggedy, is what I'm told. So are they getting new cars?
All I know, I can't speak on the gas part of the cars, but I know they're going to have 2 EV cars, and the fire department to have 2 EV cars, and that's for the training division for the fire department and that's for the school liaison for the police department.
Do we know when we're gonna get those?
Well, I don't know. The first part is this, and
I'll just speak. The rebate we get back from this will go towards purchasing those vehicles.
So a lot of this comes with like energy grants, is that correct?
Yeah.
And
correct.
so, I mean, the government is encouraging us to go green.
Yeah, and this funding was designated for us. We
Yeah.
didn't have to go out chases. This was one it was designated, each city was given a certain amount, so we were encouraged to apply for it.
Okay, and so basically they say, hey, this is what it is. And municipalities people are going green. I mean, they just start. And so I personally like gasoline, but those you creep up on them little electric cars, they too quiet for me, way too quiet. So if we're getting electric cars, we have to have a way to plug them in. And if we're going to have 4 vehicles, and I think the school liaison, they need them, this is a good use of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So I concur with my colleague in the 6th Ward. This is the thing. There are municipalities across the country who are engaging with residents in this way. They're using EV chargers as a stream of revenue, and they set them up the way that they need to set them up, whether it's you pay by the amount of time that you use it, whether it's you have a monthly subscription. But what Flint is proposing to do, it's not new, it's not innovative, it's innovative for us apparently, but it is something that is happening. Go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to, in our circumstance, we will be paying by usage. So if it's not used, we will not pay anything. Some municipalities have paid monthly and they've made mistakes. We've learned from the mistakes of other municipalities because they're sitting there and they maybe not being used for a week or two and they still have to pay.
Right.
We will only pay per usage.
And to my colleague in the 4th Ward's point of you not being able to afford a vehicle, I don't think that other people who can afford electric vehicles should be left without being able to charge their vehicle simply because the rest of us have vehicles that require us to use gas. Most people that buy electric vehicles can afford to buy electric vehicles and have charger stations in their garage. So we're not forcing anyone to buy an electric vehicle. It's not like this says we're going to get rid of all gas stations around the city. It's simply saying that this is an opportunity, one, to move our fleet forward and be able to power that fleet as we move it forward, and then also to give residents an opportunity, because if you look up the nearest charging station, I think the Gaudi truck owner can tell us where we can find the nearest charging station. It's not close. I think this is an amazing opportunity for Flint. Like you stated, it gives people an opportunity to come in, use a charging station, gives them access to see some of the beautiful work that we have going. It's going to be as close to centrally located as possible. So it encourages others that are going to come into our city, and it encourages another way, another revenue stream for us. And so I'm looking at this, and not only that, but it helps us be environmentally responsible as well. So I'm looking at this as a bonus for the city. It's moving our fleet forward so we don't get stuck only having gas-powered vehicles, and it also gives residents within the city and people who are visiting or stopping through an opportunity to charge their vehicles. And I think what also will happen is people who may be running low on their battery as they're driving by, they won't have to try to hurry and get to another city and skip Flint. They'll come here, we'll get that money for that charge. That's revenue coming in our city, and they'll go on about their business, but either way, we have the revenue.
I also just want to add, it's an education tool as well for our young people and our youth when it comes to environment. It's an education tool for our young people and our youth that we're having school liaisons, been able to go out and to the schools and show them.
And I think that is absolutely a plus, is that we are exposing our youth to these things and letting them know that there are nice things in Flint. You can be trained on those things, and we have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, you know, as a council member that went down to Detroit and saw in person what they're doing, I know we don't want to be left behind. We do a lot of things in an antiquated way, and it's time to step it up. You know, in Detroit, we were talking with one of the nation's leading experts, you know, dealing with EV and chargeable vehicles, and, you know, they're at the point to where they are paving streets that where you go down the street and they charge a vehicle. And so we don't want to be left behind. We definitely don't. And so that's a big reason why I'm in support of this. And again, this is when, you know, we take our role as council members outside of this chamber, outside of social media, and we link up with people that's doing the work. So I would like to thank the Vice President and the Councilwoman in the 7th Ward for allowing me to join her as we went to Detroit and had these much needed conversations, because we want to bring that kind of energy here. And so when we talk about the affordability of the vehicles, last time I checked, the EV vehicle, they have some of the largest discounts going on right now. You know, you can get basically almost $10,000 off towards getting an electronic vehicle, an EV vehicle, EV hybrid. And so I don't want to act like this is excluding people when it looks like this is a avenue that can include a lot of people into getting new cars and stepping up into the new millennial. And also, when we had the Consumers Energy Conference, they spoke to, they have subsidies set aside for homes to bring the home electrical system up to code so you can support your EV vehicle. So I don't want to turn my back on the future, you know, just to get hit upside the head with the fact that, yeah, that we're late behind, and when it's time to get it, then all of a sudden we have to pay more to get on board. I'd rather get in where we fit in, which is right now. And so I would love to explore this for the city of Flint and see where it could lead us. Because again, we want to go with innovation, not antiquation. That's why we are here. So thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to say this,
go ahead.
just not to interrupt you, is that today one of the city employees came to me and told me he bought a electric vehicle.
There was 30,
And
excuse me.
the electric
Hold
vehicle.
on, Ed. We got 39 seconds left on Dr. Lewis's time. Okay, go ahead. You've got 39 seconds.
No, I was just going to say, one of the city employees stopped me today. He told me he bought an electric vehicle, and he told me what he paid for it. And I say, man, you bought that electric vehicle less than you could buy a gas vehicle, a high country, that cost you $85,000 and $90,000. So they are affordable, and I have rode in them, and I didn't really believe they had the horsepower that they had. But let me tell you, they get up and they get on pretty quick. And Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm going to borrow yours, and I'm going to let you borrow one of mine.
Bentley, you get the Bentley, y'all can swap.
Anyone else?
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead. I heard I heard Mr. Pfeiffer first, and then
So,
then Mr.
a couple of things. I do want to touch the point that this is, I would never charge there, but it's not for me. It's for potential tourists or anything else. It's that type, because to my colleague's point, if you have an electric vehicle, more than likely you have a charger at home. So this will drive more business downtown, I think. I don't know if because there is a charger in front of the flat lot over there.
I think it's two, I think.
I don't know how many people will actually park here and visit downtown. That's a long walk during the winter, but it's better than not have any. To my colleague in the Fourth Ward point about we shouldn't be selling like we sell water. Should that be privatized? I mean, we sell trash service, basically. Should that be privatized? So I'm all for this. The charge point, I hope that it's a revenue and not a expense. We can charge in that, you know, it's just a marked up per kilowatt charge.
That's exactly what it will be. Yeah. I just don't have the exact numbers for you.
Like, and to your point, Mr. Ed Taylor, even when you have an electric vehicle, you get all of the rebates and you pay a lesser rate for your electricity at home. So you get rebates on top of rebates on top of rebates that help offset those costs. Other than that, I'm for this. Obviously, I don't believe that they should be on patrol cars. I think I said that pretty good, especially not in the winter. I think if we do go electric for the police and the fire for the non-emergency, I think that maybe the Chevy Blazer is probably more adequate for our weather year-round for that type of thing. Hopefully we don't get a Kia Soul EV or some crap like that. So, other than that, I will yield my time.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly the vehicle.
Thank you. I just want to add also what my colleagues have said. As
Hold on.
Yeah, he needs to stop that. Can you bring him to order?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention. I did not see what he was doing.
Yeah, because we can't even hear.
Mr. Rich Jones, please. And I want everybody, I haven't heard any phones tonight, but please make sure your phone is on silent. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Evans.
I just would add what my colleagues were saying, the importance of being innovative, getting ahead of the curve, seeing some things. I partner with some organizations in Detroit who utilizes this. A lot of these stations, EV, and we know the world and the economy is driven now by technology, AI, and these type of things. And I think it's important, even though this may be kind of like a small step, that we continue to start looking for resources to bring into the community based off this kind of technology and so forth. So I think it's a great idea, and I commend you guys for going after this and potentially may having this implemented in our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? So this is, I'll take my time again. So EV vehicles are heavily subsidized by the federal government and local governments. That's the only way people can afford them. You're talking about rebates after rebates after rebates. Without those rebates, people can't afford them. And how long are those rebates going to be available? We already know that this program was from the previous administration because they knew that the current administration would cancel it. The mandating something does not work. People have been losing their jobs. The plants they're going on layoffs because people aren't buying the vehicles. I would love a Tesla someday just because I think they're cool. I never will have one, but I'd love them because I think they're cool. Never be my primary vehicle. So that is the end of discussion. This is the vote to send Resolution 250033 to Council.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That will be sent to Council. Our next separation is add-on number 1, which is $50,000 to Bethel United Methodist Church for food access. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to send add-on number 1, resolution to reallocate $50,000 of ARPA funds to Bethel United Methodist Church to Council.
There's a motion on the floor to send add-on number 1 to Council. Is there support?
Yes, Madam Chair.
It's been properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
through you to Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards?
If you could come forward. And as you're coming, I do want to say, when we talk about food access, I believe we've got over $600,000 in food access in ARPA funds, and our community is going hungry. Help Centers ran out of money in September. We're in a food desert. We have the money. We should be making sure we use it to take care of our community. St. Mark was voted down, and Bethel is getting a difficult time. This money was designated and allocated just for this. There's a category, food access. Mr. Edwards, what was the issue? This is before Emily Dorr left. I was working with Emily Dorr on 2, St. Mark's and Bethel. What was the problem with Bethel?
I don't have any information related to that to know what was the issue. I don't have any information at this time.
So
I can
Beth-
look into it for you, but I don't have it.
Yeah, well, she sent me emails. Her and I have been going back and forth because there were 2 that I sent. We've got over 6, I believe it's 6, hold on, mister. Do you two, Madam Chair, how much do we have in food access with ARPA? We had over, what, 600,000 the last time we talked?
Plans being made on some of that money that we had not brought forward yet.
So here we go. St. Mark's and Bethel have been, Bethel really, and it's a help center, which serves between 1,200 and 1,600 cars come through there per month that they're making sure that they're feeding, and it's healthy foods. We have a food access problem. We have it. This money is ARPA. There's a category. Our council members, I'm putting it for, we're gonna see who's gonna vote for it and who's not. How do you let your community go hungry when you know that we have the money and it's for them? It's for that category. It's simply for that. Some of the things that Bethel does. Number 1, they have COVID testing. They have maintained through the entire COVID-19. Their doors were open. They have blood pressure testing every Tuesday through Thursday. They have this. They have cholesterol testing. They have diabetes testing. Mondays they have food that they give away. And that line wraps and wraps around that corner. I've worked that line numerous times, talking to the people, giving food. And it's going to be interesting to see because we only feed certain parts of the community. People come from all over. This is the northwest side of town. People need food. They're right next to Berkeley Square, which is mixed housing. They walk over. They don't even drive. They walk over with their little carts to get food. In that line, you'll see mostly seniors in that line because some people are deciding on, do I have to split my medication? Or do I get groceries? The price of eggs, ridiculous. I'm glad I'm allergic to them. The price of Miracle Whip used to be $1.99. It's $5.99. So when we look at the price of groceries and a loaf of bread, groceries is high, and then we have food access money, and I was told the administration was not supporting Bethel, which is in the 6th Ward, until 2026, which is in the 6th Ward, where Mayor Neely resides. He resides in this ward. This is important that we take care of our community. ARPA is for everybody, not just the select few council members. We have to make sure that we're taking care of the community. Not approving this means you don't care about the community. You have the money, but you don't have the will to do what's right. Having the money and not having the will is problematic. People are hungry. And they give milk, they give potatoes, they give fruits, vegetables. They give meat. They're serving this community, and they ran out of money in September. They're asking for all 8 of us up here to vote yes on this. Put your differences aside and feed our community with the ARPA funds and food access that it's intended to do and its purpose.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Is anyone here from Bethel tonight? Anyone here from Bethel United Methodist Church to speak on this? All right. So, sir, I'm bringing you to order. Sir.
RL.
So seeing that there's no one here from Bethel, I would like to make a motion to leave this here in Finance Committee.
There's a motion on the floor to leave this and add-on number 1 in finance. Is there support? I'll support that. This is the vote to leave add-on number 1 in finance.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin? No. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no. That motion fails. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, before we allocate funds, I would like to, hear from Bethel. And so I hear my colleague in the Sixth Ward passionately speak to Bethel's needs and the money that they need.
Request for
And
information.
What's your request?
Does the speaker know that I gave half of my ward money to continue to feed the community, and they are in good standing?
Go ahead.
Yep. So as I voted to approve that funding, I'm fully aware. And so as I was stating, I'll wait till they start my time.
Oh, yep. Please put it at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, I am looking to speak to someone from Bethel so they can come and they can relay this need. But, we need to be mindful of a few things. We're able to still utilize these dollars because we have 5 members of this body that voted to put this in the general fund. So these funds will not expire. So I want to make sure that that's made abundantly clear. I know that was one of the last reason why I was recalled, because I voted to put the money in the general fund under the ARPA category. If we would not have done this, we couldn't even spend ARPA dollars right now. We couldn't even consider any of these resolutions. So I need for this to be abundantly clear as we move forward and continue to talk about ARPA funding. And so, but again, I am fully aware of the work that Bethel does, fully aware. And I would like to hear from Bethel because we have so many organizations that would like to receive money out of this specific category. And so I want to make sure that we're giving individuals an opportunity.
Request for information. What's your request? Has the Second Ward Councilwoman ever worked in the line at Bethel to see the need?
Absolutely, I have. Thank you. Not only have I worked at Bethel, I also worked at Foss Avenue. I also worked at Greater Holy Temple. They know me for going out and helping. So hopefully we have audience members to understand that the Second Ward is in these streets helping out. So thank you for pointing that out. I'm definitely out here. So with that being said, I would like to hear from a representative for Bethel to see what their needs, so we can have a conversation to see what needs they may have. I would like to hear that. I would like for them to approach the lectern, and so we can see, because again, we have a lot of organizations, they're funded from outside, they have lots of funding. But then we also have some people that are going into their personal pockets. People that are going into their personal pockets to feed the residents. So we want to make sure that this money is touching them. And so they did, just like Bethel didn't apply for these specific ARPA funds that we're giving them, they didn't either. And so we want to make sure that everyone has
request for information.
Go ahead.
Nope, it's a request. Through you to the speaker, because she mentioned that there were some people who didn't apply but requested funds. Who did they request funds for, if you don't mind me asking?
You said who did they request them from?
Mm-hmm.
Like council members or?
Yeah, I mean, how did they put in their request? Like, how do we know that there was a request made?
Because they reached out personally. Yeah, so they reached out to different council members and also did they reach out to, who was that, Ms. Burns? Did they reach out to you? We have people that are doing the work. So we want to make sure that if we're going to allocate funds to individuals, that we want to make sure that we're funding individuals so people will stop coming out of their personal pockets, taking money out of their families' households. We have an organization, and I'll be more specific, in the 6th Ward. They're going out to Kroger shopping off of donations, taking money out of the church's pot to pay for things. And they're not funded. They have no grants. They're not getting anything from Congresswoman, state senator, no one. It's strictly out of the love for Flint and the love they have for residents. So we want to make sure that those people are taken care of as well.
Request for information. Did they reach out for funding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so let's make sure that we're taking care of everyone. And these dollars are touching individuals that usually won't have these kind of dollars touch them. That's what these funds are for. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So Bethel is actually a staple in our community. We are aware of how during the Flint water crisis, they did serve as one of the pods that we had. So they were helping to pass out water. Also during COVID, they were a health facility, if you will, a satellite facility, if you will, to make sure that people were getting the proper care. I do understand what my colleague in the second ward is saying as far as generally we have had people come up and they do discuss the work that they are doing in the need for the requested funds. I know that we've had Mother Jones come before us a couple of times and talk. I know we've had a couple of other places that serve as kind of mini hubs in the city for people to get their needs met. And so I would like to make a motion to send this to Special Affairs so that we can get an opportunity to hear from Bethel, to hear about the work that they are currently doing in the community.
There's a motion on the floor to keep resolution add-on 1 in special,
No, send it.
Send it to Special Affairs. And it's been supported by the councilperson in the first ward. This is the vote to send to Special Affairs.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Machad.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Yes. Mr. Alamin. Yes. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will go to Special Affairs.
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
There's a motion on the floor. It's supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Roll call, please.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Machad.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett. Yes. Mr. Alamin. Yes. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 7:38.
If you need to fill out a speaker slip for the next meeting, speaker slips are at the back for the legislative committee meeting. So we'll be picking those up before the meeting starts.
I almost put something like that on my toes yesterday.
Dennis did too. We were going to do triplets.
Oh, wow.
It's called your shank in your shoe. You got a shank in your shoe.
Hey. Having a good time?
So I'm gonna try to type this up right quick, see how that goes.
The time is now 7:43 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. I hereby call this a legislative committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
There's not an addition, but we do have a proposed amendment to, I don't have the number in front of me, one of the ordinances, so it needs to be separated for that, but it's not an add-on, it's an amendment.
And see, that's his problem. His butt over the line.
Excuse me. We can hear you. Thank you.
We hear Rich Jones lying.
Ms. Burns. It is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Kawana Mack.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? I just want to make an announcement once again that I will be at the Broom Center on Thursdays and Tuesdays from 5 to 7. If anybody want to come up and join in and grab a petition for justice for Rayvon, or if y'all want to come up and sign a petition. And I'm saying this to the general audience and out there. I already got the, the vibe of how y'all feel about that. Y'all hate the messenger, but it's a crying shame that y'all so personal, that y'all let this little boy family grieve without supporting him. That's sad. I want to thank Brother Leon because not only did he sign a petition, he also took petitions around to get people to sign. I very much appreciate that. It would make my day if I can cut these petitions from 2 to 1, and one of y'all just give the family a proclamation. Y'all ain't even acknowledged that they lost a son. Shot 6 times in the back and once in the back of his head. We all got something to where this could be one of our loved ones next. And it's sad that y'all are very personal. Last Wednesday, I almost started crying because we damn near turned away more cars than we gave. And let me say something. At that St. Mark food giveaway, people would ride through the line, park their cars. When we got done passing out food, they would come over and take extras. We went from having extras to where when it was time to pass that food out, I grabbed my camera and went live. It wasn't no more work for me to do. Wasn't no station for me to stand at. That's sad. And let me say something. Those people that I turned away had nothing to do with that phone call, had nothing to do with that pastor putting that phone call on speaker, had nothing to do with the council people that is running around making all of the noise. Nothing. Those are innocent people that probably don't even know that y'all are not voting for it. Somebody got to look out for the innocent. Thank y'all.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Mashak. I'm back. Mashak, do you hear me? I'm R.L. Mitchell, the renegade of Flint. Just like the last speaker just got through talking, Rich, I wasn't gonna say nothing about this, but about that food giveaway stuff. I got about 8 fishes in this bag from, I think it's from my east side, what you were talking about. Them cars be every Wednesday. They be like, and they gave me a hot meal before in front of everybody. I was hungry, I took it, but I want to say, when I was out in Burton, where that lawyer over there told them don't represent the Flint peoples at the Hassel Center, you must check them. I built a $6 million church over there. And on Atherton Road, I moved in an apartment over there. They just had built them. And the mayor, they said, man, we don't want you to live here because you just got enough better. We wondering how you, my father had to come over there. They got a hold to my father, made me feel like a kid again. And I'm a grown man. But anyway, I'm saying this to say this. I went in that swamp going to my church one day. Rick said somebody shot this little dude in the back of the head. I didn't know they shot him in the back of the head on the back. Somebody shot a deer rifle. They had to be them old sheriffs out there hanging on the woods on the motor scooters. They always be checking. I don't know if they looking for deers or bears or what. They saw me up a day, but this time I was walking. I know a deer rifle when I heard a deer rifle. But it was a young woman, she came to my church named Barbara Wilson. Barbara, they put her in charge of the food bank. Anything she sees lacking, she says she want this, and they give it to her. Like that Channel 12, that food bank that made it, she the one responsible for making them build that food bank over there. Next to Channel 12, where the private railroad tracks go through with all them goods over there in Miss Shack neighborhood that she ain't doing nothing about. In urban idea, they have a little shootout to little kids over there and nobody say nothing about it. And like I say, I was in charge of before the thing was built, people stole my $15,000 sign, and the people didn't want me to say nothing about it because they want to take the blame. I didn't know white people can steal that deep. And all that stuff, and people's hungry and stuff, and people's in here talking about, and like that lawyer over there. The real lawyer, that's that woman of color supposed to be over there, and she ain't, and he went in the back and then ain't coordinated with the people. Told Davina, and they come out and talk about, that dude that talk about, you see my work? Jump on pop. You see my work? All that. We could have somebody in Third Ward right now if it wasn't for that lawyer right there, and all that simple pale face looking drunk. Look at all that stupid.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore, Second Ward. I want to commend you, Leon, from the First Ward, for just be willing to make a change, even though it looked like they was going to jump on you. But you'll be okay. I know a lot of times I come up here and I be singing Kumbaya and love each other and y'all can do better and this and that. If we don't come together, hell, we ain't gonna get no better. Ain't that been proven? It's been going on for about 3 years. And one solution that is overlooked, a lot of times forgot, I really do wish we could hear more about job creation. And one person I know has expertise in that area is Tanya Burns. I wish I would let her do a job and get burning on getting some jobs up in here. And that would solve some of these long lines where people are showing up week after week to eat. If they had a place to work and we had some residual income coming in, meaning some paychecks that could be spent, I think it'll make Flint a lot better place. That's how Flint became what it was. And hopefully so if we don't change and do something about it, it'll still be here in the future. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Arnella Biggs Keys.
Liddell, you spoke on everything that I said except how you prayed on a grieving family. You spoke on everything except how you sat here as council president and watched the riot break out, and you did not call to order, you didn't call security. Can somebody please put a motion on the floor to bring that back up so they can see her behavior? You and Candace are the most narcissist people I ever seen in my life. Y'all come up here every other week with 1 or 2 email, phone call, that my resident called and said this and that. How many people do you have in your residence? You only getting 1 or 2 calls or emails? I'm gonna give you guys a gem for today. The work that you do speaks for itself. You don't have to get up here and say who called you or who sent you this and who thanked you. because your residents will be saying it out loud. You guys can take a lot from Mr. Mays, even though you didn't like him. His work spoke for itself. Even though you blocked everything that he wanted to do, he still got out and made sure his residents were happy. And his residents spoke for the things that he did. Everything that you guys did, everything that he asked for, you guys paused it, you put it on hold, you found a way not to give it to him. And this ain't no shot to you, Leon, but you come in and everything that he had already put on the floor, you taking the credit for it because they wouldn't give it to him. They wouldn't give it to him. You guys are sitting up here, and there's nothing wrong with going to other cities and states and visiting and trying to implement those things into Flint. But you guys are talking about trees, daffodils, flowers, parks, go green, and we got green water. It makes absolutely no sense. It's not making no sense. Somebody please put a motion on the floor to see how she sat here as city council and allowed a riot to break out. She allowed several people to surround me and my mother and back us in a corner, and as a president, she didn't say security, police, call to order, nothing. And if you talk about your residents, we're doing the work in our city, we're doing the work in our city. Yeah, you're doing it for the FBI, your friends, brothers, and in-laws. You ain't just doing it for no random people that really need the help. You're doing it for the people that you associate with and you connected with. You're not doing it for every resident and being fair to every resident. So don't get up here and speak about what y'all doing and use y'all narcissist behavior to, oh, and my resident called me and said this, and we're doing the work here, to pat yourself on the back. That's sick. Because if you're doing the work, it's going to speak for yourself, and your residents are going to speak loud and proud about you, and I don't hear nobody saying shit about you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I live in the 3rd Ward, City of Flint. I appreciate all the ones who voted for me and keep voting for me. It's an honor, it's a pleasure. And those that don't want me in the seat, I appreciate you too. See, because God don't make you hate people or dislike people. You do that on your own. You do it on your own. I thank you for calling my name out, Leon, and backtracking. I still thank you for it, because you didn't have to do it. But if it wasn't for Candace, Mother Love, you would have kept my name. But that's okay too, because I keep saying to you guys, if we have to get back out here and do it all over again, I got no problem with it. Like I say, God say, peace, be still. And I'm being still just for you guys, because the residents see what you guys are doing. The residents see. Like I seen you at the bank the other day. I have nothing against you. I said, how you doing? That's me. You can't hurt me, because I'm blessed highly, highly. And he knows I'm blessed. But you know, I noticed that every time that you do the Pledge of Allegiance and you pray, and Liddell tells everybody to pray, have you ever noticed she never prayed? She have never prayed. Y'all gotta think about that. That is important. You know, but the devil didn't pray either. You know, so, and some of them that say they're of God don't pray. So I'm not being mad at nobody, but I know if I got that seat, I will vote for what the residents want in the 3rd Ward, and that's important. You walk around here, you got the ambassador, and I said I wasn't gonna say anything about it. But Liddell, you just don't know. That ambassador without knocking on doors, helping me recall you, her and her daughter. So, you know, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. And I'm not mad, like I say, at nobody. But you better think when the person that you trying to put in that seat, she did one of these numbers. And came to my house.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
We are at the last speaker, but before I call the name, I just want to point out that there's still some confusion about the slips. If you fill out one slip at the beginning of the committees and check all 3 boxes, you don't have to fill out another slip. It's only for people that haven't filled out a slip in the first place for the meetings after that. So some people filled out 2 slips, but I'm going to go in the order from the Finance Committee, then to Legislative, and then to Government Ops. So our final speaker for this meeting is Mr. A.C. Dumas.
My name is A.C. Dumas, and excuse me, I am a 42-year resident where I preside on East Rankin Street for 42 years. And I agree with Councilperson Jerry Winfrey Carter that residency is important. Where you live, whether it's the city, the state, or the ward, is where you vote. I'm not offended because we filled out affidavit of indemnity and receipt of filing. And we took an oath, each one of you filled out one, and you took an oath. It was notarized. And at the bottom of it, and I'm sorry, I should have printed it out, it lets you know that if you lie on your affidavit, that you have committed perjury, which is punishable by 5 years in prison or fines, or both. I think it's time out that the clerk's office determines who runs and who's elected. I say that because the clerk office is aware of who lives where, in what ward, and how long they've lived there. She is aware. And it's wrong for people that abide by the law, who abide by the rules, be punished. And those, you got people allegedly living in, running for the 3rd ward that don't even live in the 3rd ward. Living, got down a house that the city of Flint owns and have owned it for 8 years. No water, no consumers, no meters at all. Now that's what the truth. You all own a house that a person in the 3rd ward is running for. And the city attorney knows it. And the clerk knows it. And let me say this, finally. 5 of you I voted for and supported you. Not one of you can say that A.C. Dumas came and asked you to support me. I supported Mr. Jarrett, I supported Mr. Pfeiffer, I supported Burns, I supported Jerry Winfrey Carter, and I supported Julie Priestley when she ran against Kate Field. Matter of fact, I called her. That's how come I knew she was a dog trainer.
Thank you. Seeing as how that was the last public speaker, it is now time for council response. Is there any council member who wish to respond at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 1st Ward.
Thank you. I want to thank the residents for coming to speak and voice their concerns and opinions. Thank you, Ms. Key, for your comment. I do want to clarify something, though. The work that I'm doing is not the work that was left by Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays was someone that was very passionate, and he did do a lot of things in the ward. But when Mr. Mays was out here in this seat, Councilman Alameen was out here still doing the same things that I'm doing now, and then just enhanced. Whether it's getting, renovating homes and having other things get done, working with returning citizens and so forth. So the work that's being done is on my merit, my hard work, and I'm speaking to the residents every day, addressing their needs. So that's on me. That's not Mr. Magg's work. That's Councilman Alameen's work. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. I do want to say thank you to all the speakers. And there is a complaint that I do understand was put in with the 3rd Ward that someone put in. And that will be, I'm quite sure, addressed before the ballots are printed, is what I was told. So I do want to speak to, and I think Liberty Bell was speaking to this because she was one of the recipients of some of the amazing work that Councilman Mays did do. He made sure when he pulled those 18 homes, now we're getting people who are benefiting. That was Councilman Mays' project. It was 100% that he went over there, he worked with the city attorneys, he worked with Mayor Karen Weaver, he went over there to the county, and he pulled those properties to save them. That was his program. And the mayor should have acknowledged that Councilman Mays started that program, as he did that press conference and didn't acknowledge that those properties were saved because of the work of the late Councilman Eric Mays. He pulled those properties. He pulled those properties. He pulled the properties and he saved them. She's looking at me. You know, and my issue is that we need to stop with the plagiarism. We got plagiarism pirates. That was his work. He did that because he understood. And his name should have been recited to give him the credit, because he did the work this community needs, and it was omitted. So in his absence and in his death, I want to thank him because his work is still speaking and still helping this community.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
And first, I would like to thank all of the residents. Thank you for being engaged in the process. And Councilwoman Burns, you are absolutely correct. That was Councilman Mays' initiative. And I was on the council at that time, and I voted yes. I was 100% in agreement to his initiative. There were, 18 properties, I believe it was, and St. Agnes was one of the properties.
House of Esther. Yeah.
And House of Esther was supposed to get that property. But of course, you know, we have a lot of politics going on, I like to say. But yeah, and you know, I don't like it when someone takes the credit for what another person have worked hard to do. It is unethical. And Deacon Dumas, thank you. You are absolutely correct. I live where I say I live. And I'm sure you do, Deacon Dumas. But, you know, we do have some candidates, several, that live other places. And you know, it's not right. It is not right. You're supposed to live in the ward.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Yes.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you so much. We'd like to just talk to the facts. So we know that homes were separated and individuals were allowed to remain in those homes, but we must also recognize too that in the process of that time, which was, we say approximately 8 years ago, that's 8 years worth of income that the city is losing. So that wasn't a win for the city. And so we have to be clear when we look at things for our dollars and cents, because our job is to look at resolutions, and we are looking at money and ordinances. And so that made Flint take a nice sized financial hit. So that's not anything to be proud of, because we should have had a resolution on the other side. You just don't pull a home and then let the people stay there forever. No, if you're gonna pull a home, you must have a plan. So again, that definitely cost the city. But I would like to just speak to this fact. As we begin to talk about who has a right to come to the council and speak. So after I had my major surgery, individuals are allowed to come to this lectern and speak. When we talk about the Murphy family coming, the Murphy family didn't come because Liddell Lewis told them to. The Murphy family came because they didn't appreciate the disrespect that individuals were giving towards their loved one. So they wanted to come speak out. I encourage everyone under the sound of my voice, if you're going to come here and speak with decorum and decency, you will have your 3 minutes at the lectern. So let's not put that on me. And why did I just sit here? There's nothing else I can do. Because when grown people know how to act, they act accordingly. And so when you say that you were, and when Key says she defended her mother, we have pictures, and I have it right here, of her back there with her gun drawn, and no one was thinking about her. Everyone was going about their business, looking away. The Murphy family was talking to one another, and she's sitting there with her gun. So if we want to bring that, Madam Chair,
Please pause the time. The time for public speaking is now over. It is now time for council response. And so that is your first warning. It is now time for council response, and that is your second warning. Thank you. Officers, that is her second warning. Candidate for the 3rd Ward, Beverly Biggs Levy, please stop interrupting the meeting. That is your first warning. That is your first warning. That is your second warning. Please be removed from the meeting. Officers, they are continuing to be disorderly. They are subject to arrest. Officers, they are continuing to be disorderly. They are continuing to be disorderly.
Madam Chair, might I please have a few seconds back?
Absolutely. Can we please give her 15 seconds? And I do apologize that the candidate for the 3rd Ward and her daughter are being disruptive and disorderly. Continue.
Thank you. And that right there is why Beverly Biggs Levy, who is going to be a candidate for the 3rd Ward, this is why she doesn't deserve council support, because this is the behavior that she will bring to this body. And so again, if the colleagues would like to see the picture of Inella Keys with her gun drawn in the back and no one is messing with her, please let me know.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I will take my time. I do want to thank the residents in the 7th Ward who called me about the many improvements that have been made in the ward. Greatly appreciate you letting me know that those things are done, because I often say when the work happens, if it does not change or it does change, because we go on to the next thing, we're not necessarily sure of something, if something has changed. And I appreciate you wanting to call and talk about the fact that you have seen progress happen in the 7th Ward. I also want to point out that Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, I think that you are doing a wonderful job, as does your residents, which is why all 5 recalls have failed. So please continue to do the work that you're doing. Councilman Leon Elamine, thank you so much for the youth and vigor that you have brought to the 1st Ward. Thank you for continuing to keep the ward, for carrying on the torch that was before you. Someone had to step in and take care of the ward in a way that is beneficial to them. So thank you for stepping in after they had a tragic loss and continuing the work in their ward. I'm sure that they do appreciate the work that you are doing. Thank you. Now it is time for the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion. Is there support? It's been moved by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. It's been supported by the councilman in the second ward. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
I'd like to separate 240426.1T.
All right. Guess we got total separation at this point. So moving on to resolution ordinance 240426.1-T, which is the amended ordinance code amendment ordinance chapter 24 housing article 4 fair chance access to rental housing sections 24-114 to 24-127.
Madam
What
Chair.
is go ahead.
Even though there's one item, I would still advise to vote on the consent item first. And then the
That
separation.
is correct.
Okay, so that would be,
Roll call, Madam
434.
Clerk, for the consent agenda, which is I thought you did. I thought that's what you did, but she said no. Yeah, that's why I said complete. I guess they're completely
Oh, I didn't hear
separated.
you.
Okay.
okay, sorry.
All right. Mr. Rich Jones. Mr. Rich Jones, hold on. Excuse me. Pardon me, back there. Mr. Rich Jones.
He just called her.
Okay, but you should just
Point of
exit.
order.
I need everyone to relax because the chair is addressing it. Mr. Jones, please take your phone call outside. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point, Ms.
He
Burns?
needs to get a warning.
He's
He should not
walking
be-
out of the door,
He
ma'am.
should not be calling people negative. And this is the thing with this meeting. He keeps doing this the entire evening. He needs to have that same gusto for men as he has for women.
All righty, so please stop yelling out. Thank you. Mr. Jones has exited the room. We will continue with our meeting. We have a total separation. We are moving on to resolution 240426.1-T, which is the amended ordinance code, amendment ordinance chapter 24, the housing, article 4, fair chance access to rental housing, sections 24-114 to 24-127. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
I'd like to make a motion to amend this to 240430.2T as the documents that the clerk passed to everyone with the corrections.
No, so you want to amend this to 240426.2?
Correct.
Dash T?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, man, I'm so glad that.
Absolutely right.
Madam Clerk, do we do it to a .2 or we just amend the .1?
The .1 would be amended to a .2.
amended, 'cause he
However,
changed it.
if I can make a suggestion
Yes,
to
we can
Mr.
discuss
Alamin,
point- yeah.
to actually maybe make a motion to move the .1 to council so you can discuss and then explain your .2, and then make the motion to amend it to the .2, because there's no discussion on what is actually changed in the .2. Because if you make the motion to amend it, you can't discuss it. There won't be any discussion on the amendment. They just have to vote on it.
Madam Chair, since it wasn't seconded, I'd like to make a motion to send to council 240426.1.
Can you withdraw your motion?
It wasn't seconded.
I'd like to make a motion to redraw the motion.
You don't have to make the motion, just say I withdraw my motion.
Redraw the motion, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go, you're fine. And then Mr. Pfeiffer made a motion to send it to council. Is there support?
Support.
I'll take fourth ward support. Thank you. Is there any discussion?
So, Madam Chair,
Councilman in the first ward.
so having the opportunity to kind of go through this some more and hearing my colleagues during the discussion on it, I worked with the attorney to make some corrections on the things that was pointed out that was of concerns. And one of those issues, the last time this was brought up, was in regards to the term limit of individuals with felons and convictions and so forth. How long would they have to wait? It was previously saying like 5 years and 10 years. We have amended that to 3. And we also have made the corrections on the section where it's 24-119, number 2, when it was brought up about the CSCs. Those corrections has been made it as well. Again, can't overstress how important this ordinance is to many individuals, over 42% in our community who have a felon on their record. We had the nation outside speak to this, and previously, before they came and spoke, before I was on council, I was working on this initiative with Vera Institute and several others several years ago to getting to this point and starting to see traction in different states and so forth. So I think now that everyone's needs has been addressed and concerns in it, I think we have a real good ordinance that can be very beneficial to many people in this ward. And I'll be definitely supporting this, and I hope my colleagues can support the changes and things after they have went through it and expressed their concerns. Those concerns have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like discussion in the first round of discussion? All right, do we need to amend it now? Thank you.
I'd like to amend 240426.1 to 240426.2 to revise the ordinance per the draft that we received.
Right, there is a motion on the floor to amend to point 2. Is there support? It's moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Madam Chair,
That has been amended to a point 2. Councilman in the 8th ward.
I move to send the point 2 amended to council.
There's a motion to send point 2 amended to council. It's been moved and properly supported.
Any discussion? Any discussion?
Do I do discussion if we amend it? We can do discussion on the point 2 amended, right? Okay, is there discussion? Is there any discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there's no discussion, roll call, Madam Clerk. What is happening? Excuse me. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That has been moved to council. Moving on to ordinance 240430.1, which is the amended ordinance chapter 25, community development, article 1, community benefits agreement, section 25-1 through 25-7. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilman in the first ward. Is a motion to move to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there discussion?
Yeah.
Councilman in the 8th ward.
So, I'm just not gonna support this. I am for community benefits, but this doesn't lay down baselines as I've discussed before, so I'm just not gonna support it. I don't, whether my colleagues wanna move it forward or not. To me, this just doesn't move us forward at all. It doesn't lay down a baseline of what, and it leaves too much an ambiguity to how the community benefit agreement are going to be negotiated, so I'm a no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion in the first round? In case, seeing as how there's no one else, I will take my time. I am And Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm asking this, truly trying to understand, when you're saying it doesn't lay down a baseline, what do you mean? Like, what are you looking for?
So it doesn't lay down a dollar baseline for the community benefits agreement.
So what happens when you do it that way, instead of using the word proportionate, is you put yourself, or you put the negotiating body at a loss to not be able to negotiate an actual proportionate agreement. So if someone comes in and you only have this as the baseline, but something proportionate would be more or less, you are pigeonholing it to that. Yeah, yeah,
So-
yeah. Yep.
It also lends, because there's no baseline, it also lends the ability or the probable of having favoritism to maybe somebody who donated to somebody's campaign. They're going to be potentially at a different threshold than someone that isn't, that just wants to do business.
So the way that this is set up, that kind of doesn't come into play because the Citywide Advisory Council is the negotiating board here. And so residents are the ones who are in charge of negotiating the benefit. There is no campaign to contribute to here in this case, because everyone on the Citywide Advisory Council has been appointed by one of the 9 members, and then the 2 people that will be picked will also be 2 people from the ward. And so that takes everything out. That's the whole point of it being under the Citywide Advisory Council, and the directly impacted ward getting 2 more people is to completely remove instances like that.
We don't have 2 members on each ward for the citywide advisory.
No, but if you read the ordinance, in the ordinance, it's set up that it starts with the 9 members, and then once a development is triggered, say if it's triggered in the 8th ward.
But who's going to appoint those 2 people from?
So again, the advisory council appoints them, and what happens is they would apply the same way that you would have to apply to a board. So if it triggers in the 8th ward, and you have someone who's in the 8th ward that's not on the advisory council, and they come in and they say, hey, I want to be a part of helping to figure out the benefit for this development, then they would come in and they would apply to be a part of the subcommittee for that ward.
Every time we have a project that requires a community benefit agreement, we're going to have to wait for members of the community to apply to be part of the negotiation?
So the wait part, again, if you look, there are deadlines associated with everything. And then there is also laid out, not only the deadlines, but it's also laid out of how they would get the word out to the community for them to come and apply. So waiting is not necessarily correct. I mean, everything has to have amount of days that you would do it anyway. It's the same way. And then the final step for all of this is once they have an agreement in place with the Citywide Advisory Council, it still has to come before the City Council for us to say, we do feel this is proportionate.
I hear what you're saying, but people come and go on every board and committee. Without a baseline, how is one committee going to know from the next committee on whether the community benefit needs to be a swing set or adopt the whole part?
So again, that's why you leave it up. The whole point in this is to give the community that power to decide what they feel is the benefit for them. So it doesn't matter if that is a revolving door, it's still going to be the voice of the community.
I just think that we need to have a baseline, and so.
It pigeonholes the community from deciding what's proportionate for them, but I do hear you. And then what was the other thing? I'm sorry. I thought you said 2 things. Okay. All right. The whole point in this community benefit agreement is to do just that, or take away as much of the politics and everything that goes into council having to decide or letting the development decide. It puts the power back into the hands of residents to say, okay, you're coming in here with this development. I mean, it helps us avoid somebody just passing out turkeys or just giving out bikes or giving out coats. It gives the residents an opportunity to decide, okay, maybe I want this in a park, maybe I want something else. But it gives them a chance. Second round of discussion, would anyone like the floor? No. Councilman in the first ward.
Definitely think having a community benefit in place is going to be very beneficial as we're trying to grow our city, being innovative when we talk about EV cars and things like that, and companies coming in. I think having something like this is going to be crucial to leverage resources and making sure Flint residents and so forth can benefit from it. And also having an opportunity looking over this and even made some suggestions with our attorney that was included from when I was over at Flint Housing about Section 8 and Section 3 guidelines, and making sure that residents benefit from it. And I see some of that language in here. I think we'll be probably doing a disservice not to support this. We talk about having a lot of industries coming in. We've seen a lot of people come in with the medical marijuana, and their version of community benefit is canned goods and book bags and cleaning up a park or something. That's things we do on the regular in our own community. So those things have to definitely change, especially as more companies and people want to invest in our city. So definitely supporting this, I think, will do us a great benefit. And if not saying it may not necessarily be 100% perfect how people may want it, but we can always make adjustments to it. But having something in place, I think, is going to be very beneficial for us moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
And I agree with that. Having something in place would be beneficial because, we've had people coming in with the medical marijuana and all of those different things, and their community benefit was to do a cleanup around their area. At least with this, we have the citywide advisory council looking over everything.
What's your request?
Ms. Terry Winfrey Carter, are you aware that this is only if they request a tax rebate or a tax incentive? That's the only.
Well, yeah, and
normally the marijuana doesn't ask for a tax rebate.
Yeah, but I just used that as an example. But when we're giving out tax abatements, I mean, that's a lot. So I would think that your community benefit, the benefit to the community would be much, much greater than a cleanup around the area of where you're gonna build or whatever. And we've had some developers who have already come in and have done developments, but we have not seen a community benefit of that yet. So, I mean, and then to have two members, two residents to sit too, I think it's a good idea. But with this, we can always make changes to it. I don't know. Would we want to send this to Special Affairs so that we can try to get some more buy-in?
Mr. Winfrey Carter, do you know if does this apply to nonprofits as well? Or just for-profits?
I don't see it in there. I don't see if it says nonprofit or for-profit, but I'm gonna make a motion to send this to Special Affairs. This resolution this ordinance to Special Affairs.
I'll make that motion, but can we find out?
Yes. I would like to hear from the attorney. Does this mean nonprofit, for-profit? It doesn't say either or.
Yes, Council Person, it's on the second page. It's meant for for-profit developers.
For-profit?
Yes,
Well, and that would probably,
yes. There's,
Point of information.
What is your
Yeah,
point?
Nonprofits don't have any taxes. They don't pay property taxes. They don't, so there's no need to request any reduction.
Not only that, but nonprofits are the benefit to the community.
Correct.
and that's
they
the reason,
wouldn't-
that's the
they
reason why
wouldn't
that was put in there
basically
to
have a
specific,
tax abatement.
to specifically target that
But
developer.
Point of
So,
order. I would like
They're
the floor.
doing
I'd like the floor.
services.
Go ahead, Mr.
So,
Pfeiffer.
nonprofits that have subsidized rent and non-subsidized rent, i.e. They come in here all the time, where they have market rents and they have non-market rents, and we've just done a 30-year one for,
Fee for service.
but they get a tax
Are you
rebate.
referring to?
So they're asking for a
They're-
30-year tax abatement.
They're asking for a fee for service type thing, where they're paying a percentage of the rent because
Which
they.
is the same thing as a tax. It's the same thing.
It base,
It's a government
but it's
handout.
not considered.
But it's a
not. But it's not a tax.
I'm just
Under
saying.
the under the under the
I'm just
definition.
saying. So the land of nonprofits, and we're literally going to only tax for-profits.
Because nonprofits are doing a service for the community already.
That's a debatable thing, especially in this city. So I'll yield. I'm still a no, because if you ask for a tax rebate of any kind, whether it's any kind of subsidy that is that everyone in the city is paying for, the tax subsidy, pay for service, whatever it is, if a certain tax person or a certain person in the city is having to foot the bill, then it's a tax rebate, and they should apply to this. So,
can I
yeah,
finish?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, if you look at the language further, it does speak to tax abatements, but it also speaks to land transfers that are below market value. So in other words, if a piece of land is valued at $1 million and the developer comes in and say, can I have that for $500,000? Then you're making a below
but
market.
only for profits, not non-profits, that doesn't apply.
Well,
right?
I'm just trying to show that it's more to this than just a tax
Look,
abatement.
people play the
There's-
nonprofit game
so-
all day long. You know, they start a nonprofit and then they put the nonprofit name on their house so they don't have to pay property taxes on their house. So the land of nonprofits, they should not be earmarked where they don't have to provide a community benefit agreement. So I'm a hard no on this.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else, I will go,
Madam Clerk.
oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, not a problem.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. I think it is a great idea. So many times we speak to the fact that we're giving money away, that we're not getting anything in exchange. And this is an opportunity for us to go ahead and capture a lot of that money back. And so the Flint, we need it. And this isn't anything new. This is something that other municipalities that they are doing. I'll give you a primary example, Detroit. They are doing exactly this, and they are reaping the benefits. Moreover, it looks like this ordinance is structured from a conglomerate of other working things that the municipalities have put together. And so when we look at who's responsible for determining the benefit, we're talking about the residents. This ordinance is putting the power back into the hands of the residents. And so it is a win-win. It is covering every single point, every single important point, when we're talking about Flint not getting the short end of the stick and the residents not having a say. And also, I just want to make sure that we keep the main thing the main thing. And the main thing here tonight is we're talking about for-profit institutions. So if we want to look at nonprofits later on, I mean, it is an opportunity to do so. But tonight we're talking about for-profit entities. So before we have another major development, which I wish and pray that we have one every week, but before we have another major development come up here, we want to make sure that we have something substantive in place so we can not miss out on important community benefit dollars like we have in the past. This is monumental, and just like EV, we were talking about the importance of EV. We're talking about being innovative and not antiquated. This is making us move into the current century. This is making sure that Flint is getting money and we're not leaving any on the table. So I would like to encourage my colleagues to definitely support this. And after we support it, if we have to amend it later on, that is fine. But it's good to go ahead and do what we're talking about. It's kind of redundant, and I'm a person that don't like to waste time. So I don't want to waste time talking about this over and over again, stating how the community need to benefit, how corporations are getting by on the city, and then when it's time to vote it up, then we vote it down, and then we come back to the same starting point. Let's go ahead and make a difference. Let's go ahead and do something good for the people. Let's pass a historic ordinance that can definitely change the trajectory of this city. So I hope my colleagues are in the line for this, and I support sending this to Special Affairs or wherever it needs to go to move forward so we can do something better than amazing for the residents of the city of Flint. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor during the second round of discussion? I'll take my time. And then I know Ms. Winfrey Carter will make a motion after. But I just want to point out that this ordinance, the purpose of this ordinance is to make sure that we are placing the power back in the hands of people when we talk about developments that come to this city. My first very big vote was Ashley Capital. And upon getting here and finding out that, and they've been pretty good community partners, but finding out that they didn't have a benefit in place, or finding out that the benefit or the work that they do is something that was kind of negotiated with people, but kind of not. That whole Oak Park thing, it didn't necessarily sit well with me of how people felt left out of that. And so what we do with this is we give the people the first opportunity to sit down and say with developers, this is what we want to see. This is what we consider a proportionate thing, so that they're not looking at being pigeonholed into, again, some sort of giveaway, or pigeonholed into a park cleanup or some stuff that they're probably already doing, because we have a lot of residents who get out there and beautify neighborhoods anyway. This is their opportunity to say, hey, if you're going to be here, you're going to get this abatement for the next 2 to 3 years, I would like to see this. For the next 2 to 3 years, I would like to see that. And they get to decide what that looks like for them, what that looks like in their ward. Because what the first ward needs and what might benefit them and look good for them and their children or whatever's happening is going to be completely different from the 9th ward and what they might need and what might work for them. And so this gives everyone an opportunity. By everyone, I simply mean the residents. This gives them an opportunity to decide. If you're coming here, you're going to be doing business here, directly impacting my ward on a tax abatement, then this is what I would like to see, and this is what you need to do to be a productive member of this community. You don't just get to be a business who comes here and then you don't even promise us actual jobs. You say, oh, there are laws that say we can't give you jobs or we can't give you employment. Okay, so since they seem to have found a loophole around that, how about we stop them right at the door and say, okay, if you're going to come here, you won't promise X amount of jobs, then you will promise to do this for our community. And it's going to go beyond a promise, because we're going to put you on a contractual agreement that this is what you have to do. And there are also, there's also I'm trying to figure out the polite word, but there's consequences to not following the agreement. Your tax abatement is now in trouble. There's a consequence to not holding up your end of the agreement, as opposed to just a gentleman's wager, or we're just saying you're going to do this because you said. Now you have to do it. You're beholden to do it. This makes them beholden to this community. And as far as the nonprofits, we villainize nonprofits a little bit too much for me up here. There are a lot of nonprofits that do a lot of great great work in our community. And it's a well-known thing that nonprofits are the service to the community. They're here doing the work, oftentimes free for communities. And at this time, my time is up, so I'll yield.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
I would like to make a motion that we send this ordinance to Special Affairs.
There's a motion to send this to Special Affairs. Is there support? Support. Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That ordinance has been sent to Special Affairs. What is the pleasure of the body? There's a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The time is now 8:46 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th. I call this legislative committee meeting. It is now adjourned. We will now have 5 minutes until we start governmental operations.
And if anyone who hasn't filled out a speaker slip wants to speak at government ops, you need to fill out slip now. And if you already have a slip in, you don't have to fill out another slip.
Candace.
The time is now, where is the city clerk? Is Davina in here? The time is now 8:54 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. whatever that was.
Mr. Alamin? Mr. Roll call, Mr. Alamin? Present. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? I do want to recognize the fact that we have a resolution approving someone to a board in front of us, and so we'll just.
Oh, I'd like to add on number 1.
I was doing that anyway, Judith.
Okay, well, you said you had one, so I'm making it.
I appreciate you.
You better.
Without objection.
We'll order it without objection.
There you go.
Oh, gosh, yeah, it's 9 o'clock. It's time for y'all to go home. Right. Are there any more requests for agenda changes and/or additions? All right, seeing as how there are none, we'll move on to public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Ms. Kwana Mack. She's not in.
She is not in. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
It's your time to speak, Mr. Jones.
She in the back, but anyway. It's a shame that y'all get mad at me for telling the truth about y'all lying. And the lie that you told, it didn't make no sense that you told that lie. None at all. And they in the back anyway, but if that don't make no sense, I'll repeat the lie that she told. That the only people that was going to speak at Eric May's funeral was the mayor and the president of the city council. Why? But if I told a lie like that, which I would never do, I would have an attitude at the person that called me out too. So, but I understand. And while I be out on the trail, you know, a lot of people be asking me what's going on with the NAACP when it comes to standing up for Rayvon and his family. And I was like, well, you know, the vice president is MIA on him, just like he was MIA when Vondrese Davis had his little incident. You know, it's like, you know, really a lot of misappearances or broken opportunities. But y'all gonna find something. I hope y'all keep looking and fishing, because I'm playing chess. I'm anticipating all of these evil and dirty moves and tactics. You know, you know, I'm gonna put this out there. Is it gangster or if it's not gangster for somebody to come over to your house and cut your doorknobs off of your security doors and set them on your porch and not go in your house and take a thing? Is that a gangster move? Don't that sound like something that was done to that, you know, the kind of, and you know, yeah, a lot of trolls, you know, getting on Facebook that comes out on your page and just ridiculous lies. Ridiculous. But you guys seem to follow somebody that promotes this behavior. He kind of flew y'all out to a little benefit too. The same guy that blocked Jerry Winfrey Carter, that Tanya Burns can still call, that Mr. Pfeiffer was called spineless. And once again, I'm not going to repeat what he said about Mr. Jonathan Jerry, because it was totally, but Candace, he said some little slick stuff about your red lipstick too. And of course, Liddell, you know he has something to say about you. But But that's the kind of person that they support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
I ain't talk to John, he too lying.
Good evening, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell, the renegade, since Mashak called us, we the peoples, is terrorists, like the fireman that retired. He put that on social media but Mashak said we the people and put the house and land back in the people's hand. Don't let them business people take over. Like, for instance, I'm just like Nolan, when they gave Burson Fieldhouse away. Matter of fact, that's my neighborhood. I'm living in a house, used to be a bar. And my landlord was named Charles Frazier, and he do my income tax. I was getting them, and I guess he put too much money on there because the house next door, I own the land too. Then they wanted him to send him 3 years in prison, but federal prison. And he said he can do that standing on his head. I went with him at federal, and I had to take care of the house for 3 years, and I want my money because I went on the roof when the house was leaking. I went down the street to the bank to try to, I signed 3 applications about 3 or 4 times where they got them lawnmowers and stuff, and people's got money, don't even must recognize, and now they gonna put me on where I'm at now. It's 3512 Mildred Street. Okay. And that's like you were saying, that property, I've been there for 15 years, or for 30 years, and you're supposed to get this tax. I think he got all that money back from tax. He did get it all back. And that's why he got too much money back. He had to do 3 years in federal prison. And I want a tier when the business try to take over the property like Nolan doing down on Saginaw Street. Building that's the kind of property I'm living on. 3512 Mildred Street. And all this stuff, just like Holy Temple over there. Used to live right across the street from it, but that's the shortest street in Flint, Mildred Street. We moved it over on Toward Highway. Mrs. Jones, you always try to give her problems, but she came here and got her stuff, and now you won't get other church stuff like that, but you get it. The stuff on the dude on Holbrook Street, built that brand new church, and got laundromat program for the kids to go to school, but second ward, she worked for Holy Temple, and you know how Holy Temple is. She don't, no nonsense kind of church. Just like Barbara Griffin, talking about you cherry picking people, picking on people because they do stuff better than other people's, and everybody ain't doing all that money and all that stuff in the shack. You bet. Send me some money in my mailbox. I still got an address like you used to do. I'm supposed to sell that. Take that. It must be Intech, America.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is James Moore.
Well, he got more than some of those candidates.
That's my boy there. He is all right. James Moore, 2nd Ward. I hope that you guys can hear me and hear me clearly. This comment tonight is going to be directed towards the 8th Ward, Mr. Pfeiffer. Past comments that I believe that he has, a past comment that he had made since I have known him, and I hope that I quote and get it right, but he says quite often, don't spend no money on something that don't make no sense. And I'm gonna direct that towards the 8th Ward. These here traffic cameras that they have up, and you go by them and they have the red and the blue, and I'm asking a question. Is we getting a ticket? Because I pass them all the time speeding, and I ain't got one yet. So I was kind of wondering, if we spend our money to buy these and put them up, and we're not getting no kind of return for them, I could have used them down on bridges and in the parks and at some of these here gas stations. At least we would have got paid from it. I don't know why we would spend our ARPA money in that nature and don't receive anything from it. So the comment on don't spend any money if it don't make no sense. That makes sense to me. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Inella Biggs Keys. I believe she's not in. Liberty Bell is not in. Beverly Biggs Levy is not in. Mr. A.C. Dumas.
I decline.
Wow, he's still here.
I believe that was the last speaker.
Alrighty, seeing as that was the end of public speaking, it is now time for council response. Is there any council member who wishes to respond at this time? Keeping in mind that council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like the floor during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Yeah, I see that Rich Jones left out because one thing, he keeps stepping up to that podium and doing is telling lies. And I wanted to be very clear. The family did state at the time that there would only be 3 speakers, and one was including the pastor. And I talked to him, not a guest, this is what was told to me. Then it was added that Councilwoman Murphy Carter would be speaking. She would be added. So I don't know where he's getting his information from. I really don't. But I want to correct the record since he has this whole pancake thing and he's the whole IHOP franchise with all these lies. He needs to stop the craziness. This community, if you are running for that seat, I think you have to be cautious in that 3rd ward. There are issues that people have turned in. You cannot live in an abandoned house. You cannot live in a condemned house. You cannot do that. Those are issues, and 3rd ward residents have turned them in. And when you do that, you have to live where you say you live. And that is a problem. And so he might want to enter with caution. He really, really should. And be careful what he's doing. He really should. Especially when the 3rd ward person has dropped him off on DuPont Street. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. So just want to address my resident in the 2nd Ward. Mr. Moore, I encourage you to come out to the meetings every 3rd Tuesday. You got that right. Yep, at the North Police Mini Station. So so you can, just get informed about what's going on in our ward, a lot of great things. And also, so you also know, we had, Mr. McGaha, he was there talking about roads, streets and everything. And you would know that traffic cameras, they're illegal in the state of Michigan. So no one can clock your speed and give you a ticket through the mail in this state. So what you see, they are not cameras to track your speed and to give you tickets. So again, just want to encourage you to come on out and just join the 2nd Ward fold so you can know what's going on in the city of Flint. And so you know. All right. And so, and the other thing, I want to just encourage all candidates to tread with caution, because we have to be fair and clear across the board. If you want this seat, not only must you, live where you say that you live, not only must you live where you say that you live, but you also must enter these chambers with proper decorum. You just can't yell out. What we witnessed the last meeting was severe disrespect from the candidate that 3 colleagues keep saying her name for. So let's not get on residents talking about residency without talking about decorum of individuals that step inside this chamber. I would like to acknowledge the 3rd Ward Ambassador, Ms. LaShawn Johnson, who was here tonight. So thank her for coming to the meeting, because it was told that she doesn't care and that she won't show up. So thank you, Ms. Johnson, for coming to the meeting. Again, we take our seats serious. So if we're going to call out things, call a whole fair game on everyone. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else, I'll take my time. I'll be very succinct. Mr. Rich Jones, I believe you told me someone said something about me. If you were fine with it when you were fine with them, please do not bring drama to these meetings. It should have been checked then. Don't direct it toward me, direct it toward the person who disrespected me. If it really mattered to you, you would have addressed it then. I will yield the rest of my time. It is now time for the consent agenda. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, make a motion to send the consent agenda to council.
Hold on one second. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Are there any separations? Yes, councilman in the 9th Ward.
Any of these potential appointees or appointees present? Any of the four?
There is someone present.
Okay, good. Would that be Mr. Green?
You done gave this man a whole new
Dantzler, I'm
name.
sorry. Okay, good, good.
One second.
Outside of Mr. Dantzler, can we look at moving the remainder to special affairs?
So, there's a motion on the floor to move appointments. Yep, go ahead. Oh, that's right, he's separating. That's right.
Okay. Yeah, then let's separate them all. And
Okay, so there's total separation.
Total separation, I'm sorry.
Moving on to appointment, and even though I'm about to say this one, you can get the floor again and just make the motion you just made. Moving on to appointment 250037-T, which is the appointment of Joyce Ellis McNeil, 8th Ward Community-Wide Advisory Council seat. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
I'd like to make motion to move 250037, 250039, and the add-on number 1 as a block to special affairs.
There has been a motion on the floor to move appointments 250037-T, which is the appointment of Joyce Ellis McNeil, 8th Ward Community-Wide Advisory Council seat, 250039-T, which is the appointment of Roderick L. Green, 3rd Ward Flint Planning Commission. Resolution add-on number 1, which is resolution approving the appointment of Shirley Wilson Johnson to the Board of Review for the 9th Ward. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch who made the support. I didn't catch who said support.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, it's been moved by the councilman in the 9th Ward, properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. El Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Those resolutions have been moved to special affairs. Moving on to the final resolution of the night, which is 250038-T, which is the appointment of Edquan, hopefully we're saying this right, Dantzler, 1st Ward of Flint Planning Commission. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward made a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion? Councilman in the 1st Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Dantzler, can you come to the podium, please? How you doing?
Good evening.
So I'm just looking at your resume, and I'm familiar a little bit with your work. Can you just tell the council a little bit about yourself, what you do in the community, and why you're inspired to be in this position?
Okay, first off, I want to say that I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Flint. Mr. Dumas got up here and said that he was 42 years in his ward. Well, I think I got him beat because I am actually born and raised. I'm a 50-year resident of the 1st Ward. And so I've been, a lifelong resident of the city, born and raised. I went to Brownell Homes, Northwestern.
Yay, Wildcats.
Should have been a Wildcat. But yeah, so, I do a lot of work in the community. My wife also, we're both business owners. I run a lawn care. We do different type of investments in real estate. And my wife, she decorates. She's a part of the Chamber of Commerce. We have many family members here in the city of Flint. And so, like I said, I've been here all my life. I've seen a lot of things come and go. And why I want to be a part of the Planning Commission is because even though I've been here all my life, I haven't been a part. I see a lot of people get up and they talk about a lot of things. They say what should be done, what shouldn't be done, what the city is doing, what the city's not doing, but nobody is, actually taking a part in being, part of the change. And I want to be a part of that change that I want to see happen.
Definitely commend you for that. Have you had an opportunity to attend any of the meetings prior to wanting to be on this board?
Yes, I've been, since I've learned that, it was kind of funny that, it's like, I feel like I'm brand new to the thing. And I was like, man, anybody can be on the commission. And so I've been attending the Planning Commission meetings since November, December of last year. And I actually started off attending the Imagine Flint meetings last summer. And so that's what opened my mind and opened ideas to, hey, there's some stuff going on that we don't even know about. And so since this past summer, I attended pretty much every Imagine Flint meeting. I attended all of the Planning Commission meetings since I've, got that bug that, hey, I want to be a part of the change.
Awesome. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Thank you for staying and thank you for showing up. There are quite a few dancelers. You attended, that shows your commitment. If you're showing up at all the Imagine, I think it was 8 meetings? No, more than that, because you had 1 in every ward, and then I think she did an additional 4 that Emily Dorr, who is no longer with us, did. Are you any kin to Billy Dantzler? That would be yes.
Yes, I am kin
Okay.
to Billy Dantzler. She is my second cousin.
Okay. Are you any kin to Pastor Charles Dantzler?
Yes, I am. That's my uncle.
Oh, okay. Okay. He used to be my pastor. Yeah, yeah. And there are a lot of dancers. It's not easy. I mean, you really see, this was what you see our council and some of the stuff. We do need good people to show up and to want to be a part. And you're actually, before even being appointed, showing up to those Imagine Flint. And I would tell my residents and then to the meetings, imagine it, dream big, because your input matters. And your input will matter on this board. It's really important. And I appreciate it. And when I walked back there, I'm like, he's been here a long time. And you were very polite when I did ask. And I appreciate you staying the course. And I am going to support you being appointed to this board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
welcome. I used to walk by your house every day going to school. I had to look to see exactly where on Sally Court. I grew up on Marja. So went to Brownell, Holmes, Northwestern. So I'm glad that you decided to come here, because we do like to see the faces of people we're appointing, and that you actually were interested enough in the future of the city to attend the Imagine Flint meetings. That was very good. I mean, you learned a lot. And it was difficult. Some of the questions that were asked were very difficult. So I want to thank you very much, and I will support your appointment.
Thank you.
Especially, just, you got to have more Wildcats on.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else, I will take my time. Sir, I don't know you, but I will tell you this. Don't come up here talking about Northwestern, okay? Don't do that. No, no, no. Moving on to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like the floor?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So you ready to represent the first ward?
I'm ready.
You ready to represent the first ward with dignity and class?
I sure am.
You ready to put the needs of the residents first?
I sure am.
All right. Well, that's exactly what we need to hear. Oh, and Art, you're not gonna get violent with residents, are you?
Not at all.
All right,
that's
just
not,
check.
That's not even in my, that's not me. That's not me.
Very good. So, as a prized and esteemed business owner, and also a proud resident of the North Side, for one, thank you for still choosing Flint, because you could have took your skills, talents, and abilities anywhere, but you chose to stay rooted and grounded right here. But not just in Flint, you chose to stay on the North Side to help build. So we appreciate that, and that really matters to us. And your business that you have a few of them, right? Absolutely. So the fact that you live here and you play here, work here, that speaks volume. So I definitely support your appointment. And I'm looking forward to you and more people like you coming on board. So if you know any other great people throughout the entire city, shoot us some recommendations, because we have boards that we can't even fill because we don't have people with the heart and the passion like you. So you keep up the good work, you keep shining, you keep serving, and however we can assist you as we continue to do great things on the North Side, we're here to do that, okay? So again, thank you for choosing to serve, and good luck.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Danzler, thank you for staying. Thank you for being engaged in the process. And I'm going to support your appointment. Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Davina. Clerk, I have a question. Now, is this Mayor Neely's appointment, or is this the appointment of the councilman in the first ward, Mr. Alameen?
So the planning commission appointments generally are done by the mayor upon recommendation from the council. So the council recommends who they
Okay.
want.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
I just want to confirm, this is definitely my recommendation. Having an opportunity to see Mr. Danzler do some things in the community and partake in some things that him and his wife had done is very beneficial to the community. Thank you.
What's your request?
To the speaker, you recommended to the mayor, because the planning commission, the mayor appoints everyone. Did you collaborate with the mayor, with him?
No, I didn't. It was brought to my attention, the previous person that I had in that position was no longer able to serve, and Emily and them reached out and informed me that I needed to try to identify someone at the time, so I made a recommendation, knowing the work that Mr. Danzler does.
Request for information.
What's your request?
So the planning commission, that's the mayor's. I mean, and I believe I'm pretty sure it is, because I recommended my person. Yeah, well,
I'm just saying.
you have a better relationship with the mayor than we do. But the planning commission is who I believe the mayor, that board appoints, and that's his board. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, usually the director, or because Ms. Wilcox did the same, whenever these appointments would come up, and Ms. Dorr, they would reach out and ask for your recommendation, which would then be drafted. The mayor, at the time, whomever, would usually base it on your recommendation.
Request for information?
Yeah. And you can correct me if Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Donahue. I think, I'm trying to think back. I think my person was already pretty much on the planning commission when I got elected, right? Can we have a list of those on the planning commission?
Yes, I'll send it to
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
I think it's still Mr. Alamean's time. Are you done? Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to floor in the second round of discussion? All right. So, I guess we will not belabor the evening. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution will move to council.
Thank you.
There's a motion to adjourn by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward, supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The time is now 9:27 p.m. I call this Government Operations Committee meeting. It is adjourned.
Hey, Jonathan, how did you get Shirley to do it? She's gonna be good on it. Really, really good. Sure, And what she said, well, let me think about it. You want me to do this? I think she'll be good on there. You better make sure you catch a ride with Mr. Moore.